Good evening, Bev.
Hi, Mr. Foley.
You ready to go, Phil? I have the indication that we're streaming live, so I assume we're good to go.
Yes, they were giving me a little bit of a hard time, but I got it going. So
Thank you so much. The time is now 5:01 and the Warwick City Council Finance Committee is open. There are no acceptance of the minutes. No acceptance of the minutes. So therefore, we'll go right to it. PCR 17-21, 2020-229, ammunition. Major Michaelitis.
Good evening, Lori Michaelitis on behalf of the police department.
Hi, Major.
Hello. This item and item number 6 on the docket, our regular ammunition bid, are kind of intertwined. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to speak on both probably at the same time so everything makes sense.
Is there any objections from the committee on that? Go right ahead. Thank you, Major.
Okay. Our current ammunition bid expires on March 20th. In December, we went out to bid for the new contract and we received 2 qualified bids. I reviewed the bids, and based on the quantities that we were going to need, I was able to do the math and determine who the lowest bidder was going to be and what we were going to need to request for spending authority. I'm sure everyone on the council has heard about the price increases with respect to ammunition and the shortages that are experiencing nationwide with respect to ammunition. We're aware of that too. We just didn't know exactly how much or how bad it was necessarily going to be until we received those bid responses in. So with the price increases, we were looking at needing to request.
Whoop.
You're muted, Major.
I don't know how that happened. Okay, can you hear me now?
Just
Yes.
fine. Thank you. If you wouldn't mind repeating that last sentence.
Okay, so with respect to the price increases, we were going to need to request almost 3 times more than we did last year. So in doing our investigation between the new bids and what we were paying in the past, I'd like to call your attention to items number 1 and number 2 on the pricing sheets. So item number 1 is our training ammunition, and item number 2 is our duty ammunition. Those 2 make up the largest quantities of what we buy in each of the bids. So last year, or the contract that's still active, our training ammunition was 21 cents per round. Under what will be the new contract, it has gone up to 35 cents per round. So for the 100,000 rounds that we anticipate needing, we're looking at an increase of $14,000 just for this one item if we wait until the new contract takes effect. For item number 2, the current bid amount, last year's contract, it's 26 cents per round. The new bid is going to cost $1.36 per round. So that's an increase of almost over 400%. That is going to cost almost $19,000 more if we wait until the new contract. So with that in mind, we contacted the finance department. We requested a budget transfer from our training budget code. Because of COVID, we weren't allowed to hold a lot of the trainings that we ordinarily would have. There are extra funds in that code. We requested the transfer. I do kind of want to put the little asterisk next to it that won't be an option next year because we're going to have a lot of training we're going to have to make up. But we requested the transfer. On that note, we would like to thank Pat Peshka and the finance department because they were very helpful when we were trying to go through and navigate this whole process. But based on all the pricing increases and the shortages, we're looking to request an alteration to contract. We're requesting an additional $35,000 on the old contract before it expires on March 20th, so we can place another order in, try to offset the increases next year.
I'm sorry, Major. Hold on one moment. I'm getting the documentation for item number 6 too. Or 6 as well. So as I look, are there any questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
So thanks, Major. Appreciate the explanation and the forethought to go out and get ahead of this, which is a big issue. Just a question. Is there any remaining dollars in the budget left that you would have considered using to stock up further before the price jumps up, or do you think you're sufficiently getting ahead of the ammunition shortage now?
We're getting ahead as much as we can right now. We also have a storage problem, so we don't actually have the space to actually store too much. So that's really where our in between is. So that we think we can get ahead a little bit, but we also need to store it as well.
Okay, got it. And are there any issues with actually being able to procure it, like to actually get it in addition to the cost changes?
There are delivery delays, but as long as we place the order, we'll lock in that pricing. Now, when we actually receive it is a different question, but it'll lock in the price at least.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. Major, so we're assured that the current bidder is willing to give us the price under the old bid?
Yes, our guy actually contacted them and asked if we placed another order, would he be able to fill it? And he said he would.
Only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? I see possibly Councilman Lattiser. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes, sir. That definitely is a possible. Major, thank you for the explanation. And just to let you know, I completely support what you're doing. I can appreciate how your back is up against the wall between the price increases and the availability. And I certainly can speak from my own experience, not particularly because of ammunition, but because of the materials and the pricing problems and the delivery problems, et cetera, et cetera. Last Thursday, I received a notice from one of my suppliers on probably 3 or 4 of the products that I use with increases as much as 12% effective today. Today, I had a 1-day notice on a 12% increase. So, again, congrats, as Councilman Gebhardt said, for being ahead of the curve on this and for doing your due diligence to procure this ammunition. Initially, when I looked at the doubling of the award, as I'm sure you anticipated, the hair on the back of my neck was standing up. I said, here we are, we're in about 8 months. They've wiped out 35. They're looking for another 35 in the next 4 months. And, once I read into everything, good job. And also, I appreciate the explanation that you gave on some of the ammo that will come up in one of the other bids with, what you use more of. So good job. I absolutely support it completely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any questions? I see Councilwoman Travis.
Major, again, I agree. Thank you for your explanation. Thank you for being ahead of the game. I really appreciate that. I see where it says 9mm. Is that a training ammunition? I thought our police officers had Glocks.
We do have Glocks and 9mm. We have 9mm training and 9mm duty ammo. So they're 2 different items.
All right, they are 2 different. Okay, all right. I just wanted to be aware of that. All right, thank you. And thank you again for being ahead of the game.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Are there any other questions from the council? Are there any questions from the community? Chris?
I don't see anyone at this time, sir.
Thank you. So for PCR 17-21, do I have a recommendation?
Move favorable.
Good.
I have a move that was seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could, does anyone have any objection? And if it's, I don't see why I wouldn't be. Can we just move on to item number 6? Just bump that up while we have the major here. It's the same topic we already spoke of. Is that okay, Mr. Walsh? Thank you. So if we can go to item number 6, which is also found on page, of course, I just had it. which is on page 67. So I have no questions. I think you explained it thoroughly, Major. Are there any questions from the committee? If you need another minute, that's fine. All set? Okay, any questions from the council? Any questions from the audience?
Not at this time.
Thank you. So if I may have a motion, please, for item number 6, that is 2021-299.
Move favorable action.
Seconded.
We have a favorable, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you all very much. Thank you, Major.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Major.
Give me one moment, please. Thank you. The second item is, I believe it would be 2021-003, spring repairs and related work. Item number 2, which is found on page 9. Hi, Christy.
Hi, Chris Moretti, Public Works Department. Public Works is requesting to increase the cap on this award from $25,000 to $50,000 for spring repairs and related work to vehicles under the responsibility of the automotive division. There is no change in the contract. It does not expire until June 30th, 2021.
And Christy, I have a quick question. Is this like, a normal, if you have something that can just answer to the request for the increase?
We have $1,089.90 remaining on the current cap. We have 2 invoices that are waiting and 3 trucks that need to be serviced. So we are requesting the $25,000. Hopefully I won't have to come back again before the end of the fiscal year, but.
Okay. I'm going to review. Is there any questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
If I may, hi, Christy, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Just looking at this account, and Christy, this may not be a you question, but 65-314 equipment repair. It looks like we've spent less each year by like 50,000. The budgeted amount has decreased. Are these outside repairs as opposed to repairs that we do in house, or is there any? Do you know why the budgeted amount continually declines on this account?
The last couple of years, the budgeted amount was set by the previous administration. Not something that DPW would typically do, just because we never know what needs to be repaired. But in this case, in this budget code, right now we have $108,000 left and an aging fleet. So it is difficult to keep up. But that budget code is not just for spring repairs. It's hydraulic parts, it's radiators, it's I'm trying to think of what else we take out of there. Fire apparatus, if we have to send it out, that type of thing. So it's stuff that we don't do in-house.
Got it. Yeah, no, that makes sense, because I think, well, later we'll talk about the sort of reboot of the equipment, of the parts that we do service in-house, and then so this is the flip side of that. So if we can't service it in-house, these are the ones that go out.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for answering my question.
Thank you, Councilman. I see that the hand is up for Councilman Lattiser. Oh, I apologize. Before you talk, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Foley, all set? Still no questions from the committee? Thank you. Councilman Lattiser, you're up.
Thank you. Christy, you had mentioned that you have 3 invoices outstanding. How much are those invoices each?
I have 2 invoices outstanding.
How many?
I have 2. I have 3 trucks that need to be repaired, 2 invoices.
Okay.
One of the invoices is $6,523.84.
Yep.
And the other one is for, sorry, bear with me. $4,153.09.
And what do you anticipate the repairs to be on the other vehicle you had mentioned? Or you said 3 vehicles need
We
repairs?
have 3. We have 2 highway and 1 engine 1. Fire department's engine 1 needs to go out and have some spring work done. We certainly don't anticipate them being that high. Maybe $2,000, somewhere in that neighborhood.
So right now, invoices waiting to be paid at 10,700. You have about 1,100 in-house, so that brings us down to 9,600. So you're looking at about another 16,000 for backup monies. You're looking to increase this by 25,000,
Correct,
right?
correct.
Okay. So we have 10,700 that you have for outstanding invoices.
Correct.
You have about 1,100 left in the account right now. So let's drop that down to 9,700. That's basically committed. And what I'm getting at is it's going to give you a reserve of about 16,000.
Correct. Last year, we didn't really spend a lot on spring repairs. This year is a little bit different. So it really just goes with the wear and tear on the vehicles and the
Right.
extent of what needs to be done. I mean, we had one truck that sent out and needed leaf springs, kingpins, the whole 9 yards. That was the really expensive one. The other one that went out didn't need quite as much. The ones that we are waiting to send out, we don't anticipate that they'll need anywhere in the neighborhood of that. But it's kind of the thing where once you open the can, you see what's inside.
And you still have a good amount of monies in that budget code of 65,314, correct?
Yes.
What is it that you have in there?
We have 108,970 and 1 cent.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm all set.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Christie.
Any other questions from the council? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the audience? Questions from the audience?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Seconded.
You're muted.
Sorry. I'm hitting the button. We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay. Item number 3, 2021-034, HVAC maintenance and repair for city-owned buildings. This is found on page 27. Christie.
So I would like to start off, first of all, by amending the request of this cap. And the funds will be coming from a budget code within building maintenance as well. The mayor has tasked us with making repairs, some repairs at McDermott Pool that are rather extensive. McDermott Pool needs a boiler replaced, as well as some other HVAC work. We're estimating on the high side, it's going to be about $60,000. So what we're requesting at this time is to increase the cap from $20,000 to $100,000. 20,000 of that additional 80 we're looking for will be for general repairs in the city buildings per the usual, like we always do when something breaks. The balance of that, the $60,000, would be allocated for McDermott Pool to get the HVAC work done. We can't open the pool until all of the work is completed. And this goes hand in hand with some other stuff that needs to be done. They work in conjunction with each other. So it is vitally important that we get the pool up and running so they can get it open. And the budget code that the funds for the pool will come out, it will be 66369, which is the renovation codes budget. I'm sorry, the renovation projects budget code.
Thank you. So my first question is to the solicitor. Did we get all that? So I can make sure that I do this correctly?
It'd be great if Christy could just run through the codes that are all coming from. We have original bid of a 20,000, and then we're moving another 60,000 from, was it 66,369?
That's part of it, yes. So the original award was from 66,340 in the amount of $20,000. We're requesting another $20,000 from 66,340 for our general repairs. I'm sorry, did I say $20,000? So 20 and 20 from 340. 20 of it we've exhausted basically. We're asking for $60,000 from budget code 66369 for the pool repairs.
So the amendment you're requesting is to change the contract award to be a new total of $80,000?
100,000,
100,000. Okay.
yes.
Councilman, how are you going to need a PCR on that?
You want to throw it at me, please?
I certainly will. PCR 2021. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, could you just give the breakdown of the two budget accounts, please? How much from in total?
In total, it'll be 40,000 from 66,340
Thank you.
and 60,000 from 66,369.
369. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I do know that speaking with the administration and Christie, and thank you, Christie, we actually met on Friday, and I believe it was Friday. Yeah,
It was Friday.
It was Friday. And yourself and Eric Earls, DPW director, he's getting his hands around things, and you came in. This is a direct service to the citizens, a service that I know that I, for one, enjoy utilizing, and we haven't utilized. And you explained thoroughly the requirements and the needs that the pool has, and you're addressing it. So I thank you for that. Though it stings, it is kind of needed. It's not kind of needed, it is absolutely needed. So thank you for attacking this and addressing it, and I leave it to the questions for the committee. I'll go Councilman Foley, please.
Do you anticipate the funds that you're asking for tonight to complete the project?
I'm sorry, if you were speaking to me, my whole thing just froze, so I was like, last thing I heard was Councilman Howe.
Let me ask again then. Do you anticipate the funds that you've requested tonight to complete the project and get the pool open?
I can't say with 100% yes, but we expect that the boiler will probably be around 25,000 installed. There's some other issues. There's a little mezzanine area that there's some heaters and that. So we think that, yes, 60,000 we're estimating is a high estimate. If I have to, I'll come back and revisit this if there's more additional expenses.
Thank you.
Councilman Gebhardt.
I had one along the same lines as Councilman Foley. So has anyone provided an estimate on any of this work yet, or is this sort of rough?
Yes, we have two estimates. We have one from the two vendors that are on this contract. One was for about 25,000 for the boiler, and the other one was not that. Shoot. The other one is about 29,000. But they'd have to be firmed up as well with the other additional work that has to happen too. So, but it gives us a ballpark at what we're looking at.
Can you just describe a little bit of that other work? I know you did briefly, but it's more than half of the total. So
I'm not 100% well versed in the mechanics of what needs to be replaced. I know that there are heaters. There's heaters that work in conjunction with the boiler. They heat the pool, and the heaters that heat the building. So everything is very old. It's corroded. It needs to be we just can't replace parts. We need to replace the units. So we don't have an estimate on those parts yet. That the vendors haven't been able to get over there and then get us something in writing. So we are waiting for that, and we can certainly pass it along if you'd like when we get it, just to keep everyone in the loop.
okay. I just have a procedural question. When changes like this happen, sounds like you guys talked about this on Friday. Is there any way to get those before the members of the committee so we don't have to do an amendment like we just did, or is that not possible because of the open meetings? That may not be for Christie. I don't know.
Yeah, it's difficult to have the information conveyed in that window of time prior to the meeting because of the open meetings restrictions. So there's no communications that can occur between members and the like in order to update that. So this unfortunately is the forum for us to work through the details.
Okay.
And Councilman, if I can clarify, I know that this was something that they said that I basically, it came up in a conversation about the pool, and to answer your question about the heaters or what Christie identified about the heaters, this is what came up. There are 3 heaters in my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Christie, one of them doesn't work. One of them is working at like half capacity. So therefore the entire Olympic sized pool is being heated technically by one heater. And
right.
that's what,
those are the boilers. And that's why one of them needs to be replaced, because it was bearing most of the load. They're supposed to alternate and they weren't. So.
Right. And so therefore, and also this doesn't fall under your department. This usually falls under Parks and Rec, but because of DPW's experience with the vendors and stuff, that's how it came up. And please understand, Councilman, I say that because again, I was saying that when they were telling me, seeing that the pool's in my ward, so I want to clarify that for you, and I understand fully what you're saying. And thank you.
Yeah, no, okay. Thanks for the clarification there. And then, so regardless of how much it ends up costing, let's say it comes in right at 60, does that mean that the mechanicals in the pool facility will now be 100% up and running, or will we still have some units running at half capacity and still have some older?
We expect that we will have the units that they'll be gone through, that anything that needs to be replaced will be replaced. Anything that can be repaired will be repaired, obviously depending on, age and life expectancy at that point. The director has been right on top of this. He's been meeting with the vendors over there and they've been walking through. So it's definitely got eyes on it from the city side, and we are doing our best to get the most for our money as far as whether or not it's something. One of the boilers without a doubt needs to be replaced. It cannot be repaired. Two of the heaters I believe need to be replaced. One might be able to be repaired, but I'm not 100% positive on that. But obviously everything has a cost attached to it. So here we are.
Okay. No, that's helpful. And this, you probably can't answer this now, but do you know how old that heater that's being replaced is, the boiler?
The boiler, they were installed in 2012, but yeah, so they're about 8 years old. But the issue is that out of the 3, they're supposed to alternate and bear the load evenly, and they weren't set up that way. So this one boiler in particular basically did the 90% of the load. So the other 2 are in fine working condition and they just needed to be cleaned in that, but this one needs full replacement.
Okay, so was that an installation failure in 2012 or?
I'm not entirely sure on that part, but according to what our vendors now have told us, the vendor that installed them is not one of these two. They said that that's why this boiler failed.
Got it. Okay, well, that's a costly mistake, but thanks for working to make it right. I'm good.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, I see that there's a hand up for the council. Councilman, excuse me, I'm sorry. Council President McAllister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to let the committee know that I've spoken to the mayor about this numerous times. This is a top priority for him. I want to commend the fact that they got all hands on deck trying to get this pool open. He's hearing from constituents. We're hearing from constituents that this is a priority. As we mentioned, DPW is working on this. Parks and Rec has been working on this. I know the mayor has gone down there and looked on it himself. I think this is the best case right now is to do it this way. We need to fix it. That's the issue. We need to fix it. The longer we wait, the cost is still going to be there. We want to get the pool open in a safe manner as soon as possible. So I do agree with the way we're doing this. I know Christy and everybody else would love to be able to say, this is the dollar exactly is how much it's going to cost. But, everybody knows once you get in there and you find out what else could happen and whatnot. But I do think that this is a priority for the council, a priority for the administration. And I do appreciate that it's kind of all hands on deck trying to get this done. So I do support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Lattiser, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So, of course, I support this completely. This is a significant city asset that we're speaking about. It also is a revenue generating mechanism for the city as well. And we certainly have gotten, all of us, I'm sure, have gotten our share of calls about this pool being down. And it's just very unfortunate that we're at this point with this pool and that it has been allowed to get to this point, especially when I look at some of the numbers from fiscal year 2020 and some of the numbers from fiscal year 2019. There was plenty of money there to deal with these issues. And it's just very unfortunate that the pool has been let to sit dormant with all of these failures when the money was there to take care of it. So, Christy, I support this completely. Best of luck getting all this going as quickly as you can. I know that there's things that yourself and Eric are also finding out day by day. I've had my share of conversations with the mayor about this particular issue as well. So good luck with it. And I assume that you have all these monies in these budget codes and that you're all set with that, right?
Yes, we made sure before we brought this forward to the council that the money was available in the proper budget codes.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate, we have 40,000 coming out of 66,340 and 60,000 out of 66,369. Is that it?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Good luck with it, Christy.
Thank you.
Hopefully you'll have that up and running soon.
We're going to do our best.
I know you are.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Gebhardt.
Sorry. Yeah, I just had one more question. So it looks like that first account, I'm not even going to say it because I will get it wrong, but it covers preventative, your PM work from time to time. Obviously, this is a fix job, but just want to make sure whatever we can do when we're going through our budget cycles, or if you need anything to make sure that this equipment stays on a proper PM rotation so that we don't end up here again, because obviously 9 years on a commercial grade boiler is probably not the expected life expectancy. So just want to make sure that when we make the investment, we take care of it, and whatever this group can do to make sure you have the the necessary resources to do that, we're here to help.
It sounds like you're offering us more money. That's what I heard.
Then you're doing your job, Christie. Well, I'll tell you this, it's one of the things is I think that was the drum we've been beating. I know that it started years ago, preventative maintenance. And that was one of the conversations we had in the office, was the preventative maintenance part maybe was lagging for quite some time. So this is to echo what the councilman said. Absolutely, it's true. Do I have any other questions from the council? Any other questions from the council? I see a hand raised. Chris?
Yes, sir. I'm going to allow to speak. Caller with number ending 8487. Please press *6 to unmute. Again, that's *6 to unmute.
So there's a phone call with a hand up. It's last 4 digits, 8487. And Chris, what was the code to unmute?
*6, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I'll call it a third
Hello?
time. There we go. Yes.
Yes,
Go
good
ahead.
evening. My
We can hear
name is
you.
Roger Duran. Christy, good to talk to you. I haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
I'm well, thank you.
I have a question for you. You had mentioned, Councilman Lattisaw just mentioned that the pool is a revenue generator, that we charge a fee for it.
That's
Could
correct.
you give me a little idea off the top of your head? I realize it's been inoperable last year, but on a yearly basis, do you have any idea how much revenue it generates?
Well, depending on rentals and things like that, the pool generates anywhere from $165,000 to $180,000.
Per year?
Yes.
Now, where does that money go? Where does that money go? Let's say it's $180,000 a year. Does that go into general revenues?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have a lockbox or restricted account for that.
No, it gets deposited at the bank that the city does business with.
Okay, and it would go back into general revenue.
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised. Are there any other questions from the community?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Chris. With that, do I have a motion with an amendment? Or Solicitor, did you want to read it and we can move it?
Sure. I believe what you may be looking for, Mr. Chairman, is on bid 2021-034, which has now become PCR 2021. An amendment as outlined by Christie, should a member wish to make it, would be to amend the amount of the award to $100,000, 40,000 of which would come from code 66340 and 60,000 of which would come from code 66369. If a member of the council is so inclined to make such motion on the amendment.
I so move.
Second.
We have the motion moved and seconded on the amendment. All those in favor, or that's the as amended, correct? Yes.
Yeah, first vote on the amendment.
Thank you so much. Motion seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much. Now, as amended. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Billy. As amended, PCR 20-21 as amended. Do I have a motion?
So move to approve favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christy.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 4, 2021-095 security system monitoring and maintenance. That is found on page 43. Are you?
Hi,
Hi, Ann. How are you?
good, how are you?
Not bad, thank you.
Ann Corbin for the animal shelter. I'm asking for an increase to the current bid in the amount of $335. When I originally made the recommendation for the security monitoring, I did not take into account any unforeseen repairs that we may need. And so the 432 that was originally awarded was just for the monitoring services.
Okay. So the increase is for the updates and modern or repairs for the security system that's needed so for you to have to use.
Correct. Like I had one of the contacts on the doors went, I had to have it replaced. So that was $133.31, which I haven't paid yet. And then I added in an extra roughly 200 for anything else that might happen between now and the end of the bid.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Councilman? Oh, no? Okay. Any questions from the council? There are no questions from the council. Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. So, seeing none, may I have a motion?
Move favorable.
Seconded.
I have a favorable, I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much, Ann.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 2021-204. Data backup software, equipment and services. That is found on page 55. Phil.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Very good, thank you. MIS Director for the city. If with the chairman's permission, I'd like to do just a little bit of a history before I get into the actual request.
Absolutely. Thank you.
This entails. When I first got here, one of the first issues that was brought to my attention was the fact that the backup infrastructure for the city was undersized. We were frankly not backing up all of the city's data. And this is data that obviously the citizens of the city rely on. So my immediate response was to do a stopgap measure. So we were able to cobble together enough backup infrastructure that we were able to do backups. They were singular, only one backup at a time, but we were able to back up the city's data. Once that was secured, we went out and we looked at what the cost would be for a new system that would handle everything. At that time, we were told that the system that we had, it's a Barracuda backup system. Very happy with it, very good product. But we had purchased with the original acquisition upgrade insurance. So basically what it boiled down to was we were at the end of 3 years. If we waited a 4th year, if we were able to get by for 1 more year, the city would gain an upgraded version of the box that it had. Certainly would not be sufficient to handle all of our backup needs, but it would be an upgraded version free of charge. We would continue to pay maintenance, but the box itself would be free of charge. And that was just too big of an opportunity to pass up. So for the past year, we were quite frankly getting by. It was not only ineffective, inefficient, it was somewhat of a security risk for us to count on that backup structure. So once we were afforded the new box, once again, it did not suffice our needs, but it was a new investment that we didn't have to pay for. I came to the council and I said, here's what we're going to be doing for maintenance on this box. And you did approve that. So we immediately went out to bid. And what we asked was for people to provide the components of a backup infrastructure. The reason we did that is this is not really a commodity item. It's not something that you simply go out and buy a backup solution. Each vendor, each solution provider has a different way of cobbling it together. Some put the cost up front on the acquisition of the box, others charge you over a period of time. So we basically said, could you give us your 3-year cost on how much does it cost to buy the box? How much does it cost to buy the software? What is the maintenance on the box? What is the maintenance on the software? How much do you charge per terabyte to store it in the cloud? And what we ended up with is coming up with a very nice grid that we went out to everyone and said, when you provide your solutions, please provide it in this way. So what we were going out to bid for, we had gotten this new box. It handled approximately 50% of our backup needs. 50% of our backup needs were, not to use hyperbole, but kind of in the Stone Age. They were still being backed up, but it was at a risk. So we went out and said, we want to bring the piece that we're not really doing correctly. We want to bring it into the 21st century. We want a solution that at least that way we can say that our entire data set, the city's data set, is secured in an adequate fashion. When we went for that, we got back 9 bids. One of those bids was incomplete, so we eliminated it. The reason I had included for all the council members' packets, I'd included an analysis is I mentioned we were actually asking for components. So what I did was I pieced together what we would have needed from each vendor and did a cost analysis on it that way. When you look at the regular costs, the TBNG Consulting, which is our Barracuda provider, came in third, actually, I believe, third place cost-wise. We had a rating system that included service, 7x24 service. Obviously, if we have a backup issue in the middle of a Saturday night, we can't afford to have someone say, wait till Monday morning. It included software, all the different customer service aspects that we were going to be looking at. When I went through the analysis, though, one of the things became obvious to us. The TBNG Consulting offer, because once again, I told you TBNG on the Barracuda box had this much of it. We were only looking to bid for this much. Everyone else was bidding on this. TBNG basically said, we're not giving you, our solution doesn't give you 2 boxes. We give you 1. This will take care of everything. So when you look at that, even though on the raw costs, they were third place, when you take into consideration that then offers us a cost avoidance of approximately $28,000 a year, it becomes a no-brainer on the value we would have by having an integrated solution, something that is truly state-of-the-art, securing all of our data backups and doing it in with a business partner that we have experience with and are satisfied with. So that is why I respectfully am requesting that we award TBNG Consulting the contract to provide the city with backup and storage service costs at $143,846.91, covering 3 years. We feel strongly that their solution is not only integrated 21st century best practice, it also affords us another option of increasing the capacity 4 years down the road at no cost. The annual cost is then, of course, offset by the fact that we will be avoiding the $28,134 annual maintenance on our existing box. We will no longer, they're going to take that as a trade-in. That's all I have, but I'd be happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Phil. I'm going to tell you something to you. Best of your ability far exceeded what I could have done. So thank you very much. Not a tech guy, but I'm very fortunate that I actually kind of was sitting on this, excited to pass it on to one of our colleagues, see what Councilman Gebhardt Councilman Gebhardt had. But key words that I've learned, especially if you watch the news lately, 21st century and security. Now, this would be the backup for all city, everything city,
Correct.
citizens information, city information, everything.
Absolutely.
So it would be actually beneficial to us to make sure that we have the best secured in one location where we know that it'll be protected.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman Gebhardt, if you don't mind, if that's okay, Councilman Foley. Thank you so much. Councilman Gebhardt, I'm going to sit back and enjoy.
No, Director, thanks. I appreciate the explanation here. And also we had a little time to catch up the other day. So yeah, this is incredibly important. You know, you hear on the news about these ransomware attacks, and cities are a particularly soft target because they typically have small MIS departments and underfunded budgets, and don't do a great job of this. And something like that can really shut you down, especially as you think about a lot of the important work that we're doing that's upcoming. You know, we need to manage a vaccine distribution program. We need to manage, you know, tax, we do all sorts of things, and that data lives on our system. So the one thing that I spoke with Director Carlucci about is that, you know, the more we can move the rest of the IT organization for the city into the future, and start doing more things out of the cloud, like Microsoft Office 365, that sort of stuff, it'll start to decrease the amount of data that we need to back up, because in addition to like servers and applications that we're backing up, we're also backing up the desktops of various users within the city. And so you need to do that because they may have things that are vital there, but you don't really know. You could also be just backing up things that are not overly critical. But you need to do it, because if you lose, you know, someone's, all of someone's documents, then you don't know if they can do their job or if something important is lost there. So yeah, the more we can move to the cloud, I think the better off we'll be over time. That's an investment, takes time. But so this looks good. And it's definitely confusing to go through the bid package on this one, because not all the solutions are apples to apples, but definitely appreciate the thorough explanation. And I would agree with Director Carlucci that having, you know, a single system to manage our backups puts us in a much better position. So I would support this.
Thank you so much, Councilman. Councilman Foley, I saw you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Carlucci. Thank you for your explanation. One of my favorite movies is Philadelphia with Denzel Washington. And a famous line is, "Explain it to me like I'm a 4-year-old." You did a wonderful job, because the 4-year-old understood what you were saying. I fully support this motion.
Thank you so much, Councilman. So yeah, Councilman Lattiser had his hand up. Councilman?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Phil, as Councilman Gebhardt has indicated, it certainly is a confusing issue to understand all of the technical data, et cetera. And I want to thank you for the time you spent with me, bringing me up to speed on these different items. I want to put it out there again, Phil, your efforts on behalf of the city, on behalf of the taxpayers, and constantly looking over the fence to find a better deal and to save monies is it's just incredible what's happening in this MIS department. And I just want to take it a step further from what you just put out there. You had said that by doing what you're doing, there's an annual savings of $28,134 for 3 years. When we multiply those 3 years out and deduct it off the 143,847 that you're asking for, because of your efforts in combining this or grouping it or whatever you do with your terabytes, the end result is a net cost of $59,445. And that certainly deserves a shout out. Good job for the city, good job for your department, and good job for the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Sinapi.
Hey, just a quick thing. Phil, did you coordinate at all with the school department? Because I know they were looking to get a backup and they were hoping to kind of pool our resources to do it.
I had a conversation a while back on it. I did not coordinate with them. I would offer up that the deal that we got with TBNG, we could extend that to anything the school department would need. It would be, in my conversations with them, it would be a change in their technology, and I wouldn't recommend that without knowing more. But I would be happy to work with them and our representative from Barracuda and leverage what we're already spending as part of because they're a business. They're going to give us a discount based on our annual spend, and certainly pooling that would be a good opportunity. So
Sounds
if
good to me.
you want to tell them to give me a call, I'd be happy to continue our conversations on it.
Will do, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other members of the council that wish to comment on this? Any other members of the council? Any members from the public? I see no hands raised. Any members from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. So I welcome a motion. Councilman Gebhardt?
Move favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Phil.
Okay, we're skipping item number 6. We already voted on that. We're going to go straight to item number 7. That would be 2021-234, purchase of APX 4000 portable two-way radios. And Major Michaelides, welcome back.
Thanks. In December, the police department went out to bid for portable radios. We received one qualified bid that was from Cybercom on Colorado Avenue, this city. The police department is seeking to make an immediate purchase of 15 portable radios. The radios that we're replacing are approximately 15 years old. They each have a life expectancy of approximately 10 years, so we're well past that. In addition, parts for these radios are no longer available. If approved, funding for this contract not to exceed $31,117 would come from our budget code 30-271 communications.
Thank you, Major. This has been something that I've noticed, like, keeping up with the technology, exactly what Phil just said, always trying to keep up with the technology and updating equipment. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Major. My first question, do those radios have an orange button?
They all do.
Just checking. Major, just for clarification purposes, I just want to put this out there and let me know if my math is not correct. So in the Motorola Solutions invoice that they sent, in the top item for the portable radio, it's got a number of $21,383. And in your position paper, it's showing $28,288. But included in that $28,288 is also the extreme noise reduction and several other items, right, that are on the invoice totaling up to the $28,288.
I actually don't have the invoice in front of me, so I'm not sure what you're referencing. I can only see what I put on my letter.
Okay. So in our binder, we have a letter from Motorola Solutions. It's actually a quote number, and it breaks things down a little further. It's just something I had observed this afternoon going through this again. And just for clarification for my colleagues, the number of 28,288 is correct. And it also includes 4 other items that are part of the radio package itself. So just for a point of clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilman, any other questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted, Councilman Lattiser and members of the committee and council, I just want to, the bid paper, 2 full sides of the vendors that are on this bid, 2 full sides. I remember when we first started this major, it was like 3 vendors, 2 vendors, quite a few. So thank you very much for your diligence and the purchasing department and the diligence in getting that done. Thank you so much. Do I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Item number 8 is 2021-235 lead inspection services.
Good evening, members of the Finance Committee. Bill Facente, I'm going to ask you to indulge me. I'm in my home office due to the storm. Actually, it's my laundry room. So I'm going to keep my video off. It's the quietest room in my house.
Understood. No worries. Thank you.
So the Office of Housing and Community Development is asking to award bid number 2021-235 to All Phase Lead Inspections, Inc. of Warwick for not to exceed amount of $6,000 annually for a 2-year term for a total of $12,000. The office goes out to bid every 2 years for lead inspection services in relation to its home improvement loan program that provides low interest loans to low mod income individual property owners in the city of Warwick. This lead inspection services contract is due to HUD regulations regarding lead-based paint hazards. I'm not sure if you all know, I'm sure Councilman Lattiser knows, being in the construction industry, any house built before 1978 is presumed to have lead-based paint hazards. That is a issue with development of children under 6 years old. And most of our housing stock is pre-1978. So it is a HUD requirement that we do lead inspections. So many years ago, the city decided to go out to bid for inspection services versus just requesting a lead inspecting company to do it on an as-needed basis. We'd have to wait too long and get different pricing. Lorianne Bowes, the vendor, All Phase Lead Inspection. It's a Warwick company, woman-owned company. She's had the contract since 2015. She's done excellent work. We received 2 bids. Historically, this bid gets very little interest due to the low number of requests that come from my office. We normally spend around $3,000 to $5,000 per year. It varies depending on the economy, what type of weather we've had with storms, heating systems, and things like that. We did, like I said, receive 2 bids. One of the bids was rejected by the purchasing department due to the fact that they did not complete the mandatory certification and warrant form at the time of the bid. So that left us with 1 bidder, which was All Phase Lead Inspections. So again, I'm asking that you award the contract for $12,000 for a term of 2 years 6,000 annually. These are CDBG funds that come out of our repair program.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions from the committee on this? So this is a required by federal government lead inspection, and I see that Councilman Lattiser. Any other members from the council? But Councilman Lattiser, go ahead. You're muted, Councilman.
Sorry. Bill, so I know that over the last 9 months or so, the lead inspection business has been really impacted with this COVID because of significant reduction in home repairs, interior work in the homes, et cetera, et cetera. A $12,000 bid for home inspections, that's a significant contract for these home inspectors, these lead inspectors, which, you know, they're not gigantic companies as a rule. So I was wondering if you have any opinion as to why you only received a couple of bidders on something such as this, and particularly with an industry that has been impacted quite hard during this COVID. Why do you think only 2 people bid on a $12,000 bid? That's a lot of inspections.
So first of all, the inspector, all phase lead inspections, she's actually been very busy this during COVID due to the housing sales. She's been doing quite a few inspections. And the reason that we've gotten in the past for the lack of participation is you have to remember, this is a maximum not to exceed $6,000 per year. So it's not $12,000 annually, it's $12,000 for 2 years. They have to hold their price for 2 years. It's only when I call them and ask them to do an inspection. So I may call them 5 times a year. I may call them 10 times, 12 times. It all depends on how many applicants we receive in our home repair program, the type of application we receive, if the house was built before 1978, if it's been vinyl sided, if they're doing any work in the house that would disturb lead-based paint. If it's just the roof and the house is vinyl sided, we don't need to do an inspection because it's not a disturbance of lead-based paints. So it's for them to hold their prices. That was the biggest issue, is just from previous vendors that I've talked to. There's just not enough work continuously. To me, knowing that you have a bid is, you know, kind of almost money in the bank, but it requires the office to contact the inspector and have them do the inspection. Like I said, we spend normally around $3,000 a year, so it's really not a lot of money. But I always I want to have that buffer in case we get a big year where we have a lot of inspections and a lot of applications. I don't want to have to turn someone away because there's no money left in the lead inspection services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from the committee, council? Any other questions from the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. May I have a motion?
Move favorable.
Second.
We have favorable. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You as well. Thank you so much. Item number 9, 2021-236, emergency equipment repair for police vehicles. Major Michaelitis.
Hi again. In December, the police department went out to bid for emergency vehicle repairs for police vehicles. We received 3 qualified bids. The department is requesting that the bid be awarded to All Mobile Towing LLC as the lowest overall bidder. We are seeking an amount not to exceed $5,000, and repairs will only be done on an as-needed basis. This contract is for repairs to the emergency lighting, the siren, and the wiring within the radio systems.
Thank you. Is this, how does that work? A company that's out of state, just, I understand it's not far, but how would that work, Major? Like would they come to the department, or does the department have to bring the vehicles to them?
Seekonk is actually sorry about that. Seekonk is actually their business office, but they have a facility in the city, a garage, but they would come to us to do these repairs.
Great, thank you so much. Are there any questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Major, just a quick one. On item number 4 in your breakdown of the numbers, under global public safety, item number 4, you have note 1, 35%. What is note 1?
I believe that was done by purchasing when they reviewed the minutes. So that wasn't me personally that did that, but they had made a notation, I believe, to certain manufacturers' equipment, not to all equipment across the board, but it was 35% off specific manufacturers.
Okay, because I didn't find anything in my binder to explain to me what note 1 was. So I don't know what happened to that. And tell me again what that was, Major?
They had put a 35% off the pricing of certain parts or components, and the note was referring to a specific manufacturer. They had mentioned in the note 35% off that manufacturer.
Okay, and on all mobile towing and island tech services, so theirs was just 10% off on everything, and the other one was 25% off on everything, not a specific part.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Members of the public? Any questions from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. We do have a second. May I have a vote? All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Item number 10, 2021-238, frames, grates, and covers. Hi, Christy.
Hi.
Oh, I apologize, Christy. This is found on page 81. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Public Works is requesting to award the bid for frames, grates, and covers to EJ Prescott for a 1-year period starting March 21st, 2021, in the amount of $12,500.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt, did you have a question?
I know we yeah, thanks. Thank you, Chairman. I know we like to award for Warwick businesses. It's hard without knowing the volume for each one of these parts, that would be used, which one is lower. I can see that the majority look lower from EJ Prescott, but can you just clarify that?
The most used one, our most common one, so to speak, is number 9. Okay. And that's either the either or the 3 flange or the 4 flange. That's the one we use most of the time. We also use the catch basin covers, the bicycle safe frames and grates. Not as many, but it depends on what the structure requires too. It could be a catch basin, it could be a flush grate, it could be a manhole cover, it could be any variety of things on this bid.
Okay, got it. And then on the EJ Prescott for number 9, it's not broken out 3 flange or 4 flange. Is that just that price is consistent for both?
Yes. So if regardless of which one we order, that's the price for it.
Okay. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser, correction, I apologize. Any other questions from the committee? Any other questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Christy, what did we spend on this line item last year?
Last year, there was an encumbrance. It was, I think it was around $5,500 that ended up being canceled. So on paper, we didn't spend anything last year. Because the order wasn't received, we ended up canceling the purchase order. The year before, in fiscal year 19, we did spend $13,286.70. This budget code that we're requesting is specifically for these items. So that's why we're requesting that 12,500.
So last year, with nothing being spent, was the original budget of 13,400, where was that transferred to?
I don't believe it was transferred anywhere. I would imagine it probably went into the general fund because it was
Went back to the
unspent.
General fund?
I would assume so.
And this is a one-year contract, right?
Yes.
Okay. How much will be applied of that 12,500? How much will actually come out of this year's budget?
That depends on the need of, what happens over the winter and springtime. We find issues all over the place. I mean, we could need a half a dozen, we could need, 6 and 6. It's entirely dependent on what needs to be replaced.
Right. Christy, how much money is left in that item now in 63,234?
I don't think we've spent anything yet. I think it's still 12,500.
I don't know about that.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I did write it down. I was looking at the wrong thing. To date, we spent $6,859.76. My bad.
So your available balance right now is 56,640, right?
Correct. But
Okay.
this covers goes across 2 fiscal years, so.
Sure. No, I understand that. So for this fiscal year, you're still sitting on 5,600. So if you exhaust the 5,600 in this fiscal year, you're still going to have roughly about 70,000 going into the next fiscal year out of this 12,500, right?
I am so sorry. My computer keeps freezing. I didn't hear what you said.
I said, so if you exhaust the 50, using round numbers, 5,600 in this current fiscal year, you'll still have about 7,000 remaining of the 12,500 going into the next fiscal year.
Correct. And then next time we bid it will be in the same cycle,
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to clarify on the numbers. Okay. Thank you, Christy.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Questions from the council? I see we have a hand raised in the public. Chris.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. Caller with number ending 9724. You can press *6 to unmute.
We can hear you. Hello? 9724, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Is this in reference to item number 2021-238?
It's in reference to a pothole.
And sir, that's another committee. We're not there yet. We're still in finance committee.
All right, so I never did it this way before. So what do I do? Put it on hold or something?
Yep, you just go on hold, and when you hear it come up, you'll be called up.
All right.
Thank you. Chris, I'm looking and I see that hand is still, okay, never mind. Thank you. Are there any other questions? I see nothing from the public. Any other questions from the public? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Move favorable.
Second.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Christy.
Thanks, Christy.
Item number 11, 2021-247 SMS Magnet Axiom license renewal. Is that, oh, that's major. All right, major.
You got it. The police department is seeking an exception to bid and authorization to purchase 2 SMS Magnet Axiom software licenses currently utilized by our computer forensic unit. We already have the software. This is just the license renewal for this year. The product is widely used by law enforcement agencies for the capability to examine computer and cell phone images and then generate reports of what is located. Each license costs $2,190 per year. We're requesting the renewal for 2, so we're looking for a total of $4,380.
Thank you, Major. Pretty much straightforward. Any questions from the committee?
If I may.
Yes,
Chairman.
Councilman Gebhardt.
I just had a quick one. Given this seems like a software that's critical and that we'll probably stick with, just wondering, and maybe for next time around, if there's an opportunity to renew for longer than 1 year, and if there might be any price breaks that come with that.
They've always done it on a yearly basis. I mean, that's certainly something we can look into, but at this point, I think the company itself prefers to only do them on a yearly basis.
Okay. Thanks, Major.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Any questions from the council? Here, any questions from the public? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Item number 12, 2021-248. So correction. Item number 12, 2021-248. Adobe software license renewal.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a 5610 request to piggyback on the state of Rhode Island's bid for software support services and award the Adobe software license contract to SHI International in the amount of $2,012. Adobe Suite is an offering of various products that different products are used by different departments throughout the city. And we try to consolidate the licensing for all of them on an annual basis. The licensing will run from February 8th of this year through February 7th of 2022. I apologize for this being a little bit late. It's not past due, but it's late. We had been carrying this forward on a bid from 2016. And last year I closed that out, but unfortunately on my tracking system, I forgot to open it up, put it in the tickler file. So that's why it's coming to you a few days before it's due.
Thank you, Phil. No worries. This is a riding on, as you said, this is piggybacking on the state, correct?
Yes, the state bid does expire at the end of June of 2021. They most likely will renew it, but either way, we will be paying this money up front, so it doesn't affect our ability to use that bid.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee? I see Councilman Gebhardt is unmuted.
No, I'm good.
Nope. Okay. Any questions from the council? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
I don't see any hands up. Any questions from the public? No. May I have a motion?
Move favorable.
Second.
I have a favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 13. Item number 13. Sophos Software Services Renewal 2021-249. Phil.
Thank you. This is also a 5610 request to piggyback on the same state of Rhode Island bid for software support services and award Sophos software maintenance service contract to SHI in the amount of $27,624. Sophos provides us with the majority, the lion's share of our security suite. So basically securing, we were talking about earlier, securing our email system, securing our network, the firewalls. We have a suite of products that we use from Sophos. There's a group of them that are on an annual basis from the end of March, a year out to the end of March of the following year, and some that go from the end of June. So we just lump these together since it's a software grouping, all four Sophos, the product suite, and awarded to SHI, who has been the state's vendor for this for quite some time. And once again, the state bid is effect through the end of June of this year, but these will be paid for before the expiration of that bid.
Thank you, Phil. I appreciate it. Any questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Director Carlucci, just one question. So there's $22-ish hundred in here for professional services.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, is that required? Have you historically used that?
We have historically used that. We find that if we run into an upgrade issue or our posture, once again, an opportunity, and we had a little chat about this, and maybe there's an executive session in the future where we can talk about our security posture. But we have an infrastructure for our firewalls that probably isn't optimal. It's certainly secured and it protects us. So we sometimes are required to do things with old equipment to try to, sort of bridge it, and we've used them. They've been very helpful to help us do that.
Okay, great.
So it is not a guaranteed expense.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions from the council? Any questions from the council? Are there any questions from the public? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Chris. Hearing nothing else, may I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna need 1 second just to pull up the separate item. Give me one moment. We're moving into item number 14, 2021-252, repairs to filtration system, McDermott Pool. I just need one moment. All set. Thank you so much. Chrissy, go ahead.
Public Works is requesting a 56-6 exception to notice for repairs at McDermott Pool. The vendor will be New England Aquatics, and the scope of the project is the filtration system. There are some issues with that as well. They kind of work hand in hand to some degree with the previous request for the boiler issues, but there are some leaking pipes, there are some pump issues. And the most important thing about this is that obviously we have to we have to follow the Department of Health regulations. There has to be an engineering company that is contracted, that the vendor has to contract with to get approval from the Department of Health for us to move forward with this project, as far as the plans of what needs to be replaced, that it's the proper equipment and that type of thing. So we are requesting a 56-6 in the amount not to exceed $30,000 for the repairs, this repair at the pool.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee?
If I may.
Yes, Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Christy. So there's two estimates in here, one for 6,000 and one for 26,000. Can you just clarify you're looking for 30? Is there overlap here?
Yes. My apologies. The quote is the 26 the quote that we received is the 26,000. We're asking for 30 only because there are probably some ancillary items that need to be purchased. Nothing big ticket, but kind of like a nuts and bolts type of thing that go along with the installation of the things that they have to do. We don't expect that it'll come in at $30,000.
All right. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions from the committee? Any further questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser. Councilman, you're muted.
Sorry, Christie,
That's
to Councilman Gebhardt's question. So we have two invoices here from New England Aquatics. One almost 27,000 and one for 6,000. Are both of these invoices part of the request?
You know, now that, and I apologize, that's my fault, because we initially had we had something else, but it wasn't the full scope of the work. The sixth, that's page 1 of 2. So the 6,000 is included in the 26,000.
Okay.
My mistake.
Where is it included in the 26,000? What items are in there for the 6,000?
I'm not sure. So page 1 is
Yeah.
the $6,000 service to the main swimming pool. Correct. And then the following page is the engineering plan, the main parts that need to be replaced, the flow valve.
Oh, I understand. So I got it.
Yeah, Councilman, if you tally
total
page
of
2, it
all.
only comes to 20. Yep.
Right.
Yes.
Total of all is 26,000.
Yes.
Okay. And got it. Now I got it.
I thought this was like a trick question.
I don't do that. So this item for 30,000, as well as the previous, that's all in this year's budget, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Any other questions from members of the council? I see there are no hands up in attendees. Any question from the public? Any comments or questions from the public?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christie.
That's it for the bids. We are moving into acceptance for minutes. There are none. Item number 2 in the committee meeting is resolution relative to abatements PCR 18-21. How you doing, Mr. Dupuy?
Very good. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Finance Committee, members of the council.
Good evening.
This month, we have abatements in front of you of $4,474.12. We are getting into the time of the year where we're going to start seeing the results of some of the tax appeals. But other than that, most of the abatements here are for exemptions. If you have any questions, I'll take those.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? No? Okay. Any questions from the council? Questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil.
You're welcome.
Item number 3, PCO 7-19, Sub A, Pension Board, Councilman Lattiser.
Hold to March 8th.
Thank you. Motion to hold till March 8th. I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion to hold. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Item number 4, PCO 24-20, ordinance to regards to modernization of the public safety equipment. This is for first passage. I request we hold until February 22nd.
Motion to hold. February 22nd.
Second.
Thank you. Motion to hold, seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 5, PCR 126-20, resolution for school bond referendum. This is not drafted. Councilman Gebhardt.
I would like to move this to the pending file.
I make a motion to move to the pending file per request of the sponsor.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. PCR 11-21, formerly 2021-186 Alpha, original equipment manufacturers parts for various vehicles. Christie.
Here I am. Public Works is again requesting to award this bid to the vendors as stated in the bid package in the amount of $780,600.
Thank you, Christie. And we had a discussion on this last week, and there was discussion on that. We knew that the mayor wanted to look at it, sit down with the director and yourself, and go over and identify some of the things. And in discussions with the mayor, he is confident and endorses, as is the department head, in moving forward with this. Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? I see we have one, Chris.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. Caller 8487, please press *6 to unmute.
I really don't have a question about this. I have a question on the one with reference to the fire apparatus.
That item was held, and there's no discussion on that.
Now, let me just make a point. The former city solicitor, Mr. Harrington, ruled on that a few years ago, and he stated that as long as it's on the website at the at the Secretary of State's, even though it's being held, the taxpayers have a right to speak on it.
Solicitor, would you please address this?
Thank you. There's
Councilman
been
Lattisaw can attest to it.
Excuse me, the solicitor is making a ruling. Go ahead, solicitor.
There's been some confusions on different aspects of both the Open Meetings Act as well as the rules of the council over the years. As it pertains to the Open Meetings Act itself, Title 42, Chapter 46, Section 6D, about midway down says, nothing contained in this chapter requires any public body to hold an open forum session to entertain or respond to any topic, nor does it prohibit anybody from limiting comment on any topic at such an open forum session. And so the confusion, I think, so that basically says that there isn't anything that requires us to, but you may. The rules of the council speak to providing the public an opportunity to be heard prior to passage. And in the practice of the council, we go through the committee process for that. When an item is being held, that is not a passage. And so the item remains pending before the committee, and thus the appropriate time would be for that matter to be discussed at that subsequent time. There are processes to schedule that if there's some confusion about whether the person would be available at a future thing, but that's something that can be held offline. So as it pertains to where we are, the item that's, unless we are on an item that's before us on the agenda, we're going to move on from any conversation about anything that isn't on the docket.
Thank you. So we are back to PCR 11-21. There is no further comments from the public. May I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Item number 7, PCR 12-21, 2021-187, various replacement automotive parts. Chrissy.
The department again requests to award to the vendors that submitted a bid. And I just want to point out again that I'm going to request the same cap, $780,600. That cap is shared by 3 different requests. So
Yes.
it's not 780 per request, it's all encompassing
Right.
for the purpose of parts purchases.
Thank you. So we're basically with this one item, this one amount, we're taking care of all three.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Any questions from the public? Chris?
No, Mr. Chairman.
May I have a motion?
Move favorable.
I have a favorable. I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 8, which again encompasses the $780,600. PCR 13-21, 2021, 186 Bravo. Original equipment manufacturer's parts. Chris, do you have anything to add before?
No, just that it's a 56.6 to get the OEM parts from the vendors that we require. The original equipment parts for anything that might need to be repaired that we can't get elsewhere.
Understood. Thank you. Questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? No? Questions from the council? Councilman Lattisaur. You're muted, Councilman.
I fully understand the needs for these OEM pots. And I'm going to support this. But I also want to put on the record that I think it's pretty wild that there's 20-some vendors or more on here that could be getting some of the city's business when they were either too busy with other things or just didn't feel like taking the time to submit bids on the items that DPW was looking to have bid. And to go ahead and have all of these no bid vendors on this list is pretty concerning. Now, I realize it's a new day, it's a new dawn, it's a whole new administration. I get it, I understand it. But I just want to have it said that I know Christie had spoken to this, that these no bid vendors, when pots are needed, they'll be getting 3 prices from these vendors. They will be going with the lowest of the 3 vendors. But I would still like to see efforts on the part of DPW to have more people bidding, as opposed to just taking the lazy route out and sitting back and saying, well, we're going to get some piece of the pie, whether we put any effort or not, when there's other vendors who spend a considerable amount of time putting together these bids, especially for these pots. There's a lot of effort and hard work that goes into the bids that they submit. So that's my issue with this. I will certainly be asking from time to time for some copies of the bids as we move along. But I am confident that with our new leadership and with the new day upon us, that due diligence will be had for the benefit of the taxpayers on this, but strongly encourage efforts to get those folks that want to take the easy way out to become more transparent in the bid process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other comments from the council? Any comments from the public? Any public comment?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Move favorable.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The time is now 6:44 and the Finance Committee is complete. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Next up this evening is the Ordinance Committee. This is Chairman Sinapi, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Ricks. There's one item on the agenda and it is not drafted, and it is in order to begin.
All right, I see Councilman Ricks, Councilman McElroy, are you ready?
Ready.
Perfect. So ordinance will begin at 6:45 p.m. First thing on our agenda, acceptance of minutes. There are none. Next, PCO 9-20, ordinance in regards to amending chapter 40-30, PCO 8-18, smoking prohibited in public schools and on school grounds. First passage, not drafted. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, I'd like to hold that till March 22nd.
Request has been made by the sponsor to hold that till March 22nd. Do we have a motion?
Motion to hold March 22nd.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that appears to conclude ordinance committee's business at 6:46 p.m. Wow. We beat finance.
Next up this evening is the Public Safety Committee. This is Chairman Foley, Councilman Ricks, Councilman McElroy. And we have a consent claims agenda as well as a full docket, and it is in order to begin.
I'm sorry, I'm having a little difficulty here. I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. It is 6:47. Calling me to open, to order, open the meeting. First item is, again, wow. I apologize. Is the claims. I'm just trying to find my agenda. Excuse me 1 minute. Thank you. The consent calendar for claims. First item is the Vincent Ferrenti, and that is PCR 19-21. The consent calendar claims for February 1st. The first one is Vincent Ferrenti.
Chairman,
Yes.
I would suggest reviewing this claim. The department recommends approval in the amount of $300. 3 estimates have been provided, all in excess of the $300, well in excess, in fact. It appears that the affidavit is filled out correctly. Therefore, unless there is any discussion after the opportunity to call for comments of the rest of the members of the committee, council, and members of the public, I would be in favor of moving favorable action in the recommended amount.
Do we have a motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Any comments from the members of the committee? Any comments from members of the committee? Any comments from my Zoom meeting keeps going out on me. I'm sorry.
Councilman Foley, it might help if you make it so that either you shut off your video or you make it so you can only see one person's picture during the meeting, or nobody's.
I'm not really, my problem is I'm not touching anything when it goes on me.
It's most likely, Councilman Sinapi is correct, it's most likely a bandwidth issue. A lot of people, because of the snowstorm, are using Zoom and a lot of other video conferencing systems. So if we just turned your video off, it'll lightly bring down your bandwidth requirement.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, So my left off asking any comments from any other members of the committee? Any comments from members of the council? Any comments from members of the council? Any comments from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing none, do I have a motion? Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. Just had to open up this window while switching back on the agenda. Yes, move favorable action in the amount of $300.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Second one, Feline Frank. Any questions from members of the committee?
On reviewing this, it appears that the affidavit was filled out correctly. It appears that we were given at least 3 estimates, although it appears that there are a total of 4 estimates as to the materials and 2 estimates as to the labor. What can I say? It appears that mailbox is expensive, and the materials alone, and we are also seeing similar costs when it comes to the installation in terms of the estimates that have been provided. Therefore, it appears that the requirements have been met, and indeed the department has recommended the lowest total when it comes to the materials plus labor, which comes to $824. Perhaps some people know more about mailboxes than I, and I would yield if they would want to discuss this.
Any comments from members of the committee? Any comments from members of the committee? Any comments from members of the public? I'm sorry, from the council. Councilman Lassiter.
You're muted, Councilman.
I'll get used to it. It's the white hair thing. So I did a quick search regarding this contractor, L Train Construction. And I'm not questioning the claim of the amount. I've researched the numbers on the mailbox. The labor does seem high to install a fence post and put a mailbox on it. But the issue I have is I do not find a registration listing for this contractor. And it does not have anything on this estimate indicating his or her contractor's registration number. And the law does require that. Requires the contractor's registration number on any documents of this kind, and also requires you to be registered to do construction. So in the interest of protecting this homeowner from getting into a problem, I think that there needs to be a little more research done on this, or some documentation attained to be sure this contractor is in fact registered. Otherwise, I think we could be awarding some monies based upon this estimate to a contractor who is not registered. So unless somebody else can do some quick search and find the registration number for this company, I don't see it. There's nothing on the estimate which is required by law to be there, and it's not. So that's my concern with it.
Councilman Ricks, if I'm not mistaken, didn't you say that the paperwork was in order and there were 3 estimates given to us?
There were actually 4 estimates as to the materials, 2 estimates as to labor. I think that under the practice of this committee, that would be acceptable. However, given these concerns raised as to the lack of the registration number, great catch by Councilman Lattiser on that, as he has experience in this area. I would suggest that it may be most proper for us to hold this matter to make sure that that lowest total number is valid, because certainly if someone is not properly registered, then we shouldn't be assigning $400 of taxpayer funds for a person who isn't properly registered to do that work. And as the councilman stated, $400 does seem to be a little on the high side for the labor involved.
Any other comments from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have a motion?
Move to hold. I would imagine that at the time of the, the time of the next meeting, which is February 22nd, I believe that that would be an appropriate time for this to be held to in order for the issue to be resolved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Councilman, you need a PCR on that because you have to pull that off.
Yes.
Okay, so that's going to be PCR 2121.
Thank you very much. Chairman Foley, this is Councilman McAllister. If it's all right with you, I'd like to hold on moving forward on the Public Safety Committee. I'd like at 7 o'clock to call the council meeting to order. We will go over the application of how people can join us. We will do a roll call. We have a special guest who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Then we will have executive communications. A report will be given to us. We will do general communications, and then we will move back into committees. So if everybody is okay with that, I'd like to give everyone 2-minute break here, and we will start the council meeting at the scheduled time at 7 o'clock. Again, we're going to pause the Public Safety Committee, and then we will start the council meeting, and then we will go back into committee assignments. Thank you. All right, it is 7 o'clock. Are we good to start?
Good.
I'm here.
Good to go, Mr. President.
Phil and Chris, are we good to start?
Yes, we are, Mr. President.
All right, thank you very much. I call the Warwick City Council for the February 1st meeting to order. This will be held on Zoom. The following options are available to access this meeting. You may access or participate in the meeting using the Zoom application on a smart device or PC via web at zoom.us by clicking on Join a Meeting in the upper right of the page. The webinar tonight is ID 978-8786-9794. Again, if anyone's looking for this information, is on the City Council website page, written down for you. Anyone wanting to participate via telephone only may call one of the following numbers. Again, these numbers are on our website as well. Non-toll-free numbers. While most mobile phone carriers do not place extra charge on customers for toll calls, it is up to you to check with your carrier concerning potential charges you may be responsible for. The first number is 1-646-558-8656. Second number, 1-301-715-8592. Third number, 1-312-626-6799. Fourth number, 1-669-900-9128. The next number you could try is 1-253-215-8782. And another number you can try is 1-346-248-7799. Again, all these numbers are also on the City Council's website. You can go and check on the agenda for tonight. Toll-free numbers that you can also try to join us this evening is 1-877-853-5247. You can also try 1-888-788-0099. You can also try 1-833-548-0276 and 1-833-548-0282. Please note, if you're experiencing trouble connecting via a toll-free number, please try the next one on the list. Again, you can find all these numbers on our website at the Warwick City Council's website. You will then need to punch in the webinar tonight, which is ID number 978-8786-9794 on your touchtone keypad. While everyone joining the meeting will be muted, if at the appropriate time during the proceedings you wish to ask a question, you may, if using a smartphone or PC, click on the raise your hand icon. The meeting moderator will then ask for the participant having raised their hand to be unmuted. After the question, answer, and further discussion, the participant will be muted again and will need to click on raise hand icon or punch in *9 to ask another question. If voting in, punch *9 on the touchtone keypad. The moderator will indicate it when it's your turn to comment/ask a question. Again, all this is available to everyone on the City Council website page. Now, I will call the meeting, so the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Here.
Mr. Foley,
Here.
Mr. Gephardt,
Here.
Mr. Howe,
Here.
Mr. Lattiser,
Here.
Mr. McElroy,
Yeah.
Mr. Ricks,
Here.
Mr. Sinapi,
Here.
Ms. Travis.
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call on Councilman Jeremy Ricks, who is going to introduce our special guest this evening, who is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilman Ricks.
Good evening. And thank you to the Council President for beginning this practice. I think that especially in this era of Zoom and the pandemic, it's something that is just a really nice touch that makes the full use of these new capabilities. And, at no other time than, this pandemic, really in any time, the surveys have shown that healthcare workers are among the most trusted in our community, one of the most trusted professions. And really this pandemic that we've all been living through, I want to make sure to take this opportunity to thank all healthcare workers out there, difficult work that they're doing day in and day out. In particular, I want to recognize and give the opportunity to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to Nick Shanis, who was a founding member of the Norwood Neighborhood Association nearly 20 years ago and has remained active this entire time. In addition, he is the head pharmacist and owner of Suburban Pharmacy here in Warwick, which is Warwick's oldest independent pharmacy. With that, I yield to Nick Shanis.
Thank you, Jeremy. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Nick, thank you very much for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you for your longtime service to our city, and thank you for joining us this evening.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next up is Executive Communications. At this time, I'm going to ask the city's new Finance Director, Peter Schaefer, to present his mid-year financial report on city finances. This is for informational only. Director Schaefer.
Thank you, Council President. You hear me all right, everyone? Okay, good. Let me just summarize. First of all, the state requires every city in town to file a quarterly, mid-year report, third quarter report, final year report. And that's what I was working on. It. And typically, most cities and towns, either by that law or other reasons, share that report with the council. And I felt I wanted to do that, and the mayor was enthusiastic about doing that. Just let me run through the big parts of it. Let's first of all talk about revenues. And let's talk about the good things first. And one of the good things is that we're very confident that state aid will be about $2.1 million greater than was expected when you approved a budget back in June. And if you see Speaker Shikarchi or Leader McCaffrey in the grocery store, you should thank them, because they did come through, typically using some of the coronavirus relief fund federal money that the state had in making additional payments for our pilot state aid, our motor vehicle state aid, and a whole new program, $600,000 or $700,000 per capita aid, just to help with the coronavirus relief fund. We also see, as you probably know, the single family and residential market is doing well. We're definitely going to see additional revenues from real estate transfer taxes and other real estate activity. And I was very happy. I met with the assessor and the collector last week. We had spent quite a bit of time going through collections today. We are actually ahead, just a little bit ahead of where we were last year on real estate. And that's surprising in the pandemic, although they make some arguments that part of it is because of all the refinancing activity that's going on. People have to be current on their taxes in order to refinance, and a lot of people are going through refinancing. Now let's talk about the bad things on the revenue front. Obviously, the hospitality industry has been devastated. So we have losses in the meals and beverage tax, the hotel tax, and airport associated revenues, especially the special fees on rental cars. That totals about $2.6 million that we're estimating right now. Frankly, my treasurer thinks it's a little bit worse. I was a little more optimistic going through these as to what might happen for the rest of the year. We'll see. I hope to be giving you a third quarter report, and we'll fine tune that. Another area we've lost revenues, and it came up on the finance committee today, is in recreational fees. And because we're not running many of our operations, including the pool, we're short $400,000, but that's also going to be reflected on the expense side. When we get to the expenses, you'll see savings and expenses. And and so, for example, the pool is not operating. We're going to bring people back. You approve money to help get the pool running again. So if there are changes going forward, it'll affect both sides, both the more positive revenues and increased expenses to get things operational. The last big hit on the revenue side is interest on short-term investments. And there are certain ebbs and flows of revenue to the city based upon the timing of property taxes. And actually, we got premature receipt of state aid this year from some of the coronavirus relief fund that I talked about earlier. But a year ago at this time, on short-term investments, we were getting 2%. We're getting less than 0.1% right now. So we're looking at a loss on short-term investment revenue in the neighborhood of $500,000. So that's total revenue losses of $1 million estimated right now. Although I have to tell you, after meeting with the assessor and collector and how property tax collections are coming, I was enthusiastic. I thought coming in, without being here for 22 years, that things might not be looking too good, but they do look good in that area. Let's go on to expenses now. Some of the things that were contemplated, and you approved the budget in terms of reduced hiring, and we see that through most departments of city government. And we're looking at the civilian personnel cost savings and some operating costs of really about $2.7 million. We're also seeing a little bit of savings in police uniform personnel, approximately $300,000. We have to keep monitoring that. Now going to the bad, and the real big hit here is overtime in the fire department. And we're talking, and I used a figure of 2.6 million. That really also includes some unused sick time payments that were unbudgeted, OJI payments. I talked to the chief last week. He's hopeful this will come down a little bit because most of the firefighters have been vaccinated now. So a part of this overtime was associated with firefighters out COVID-19. Now, the people worry about this thing. I mean, and I worry about it, but the fact of the matter is, there's very little cost differential between having extra firefighters and paying overtime. There's clearly a public perception issue in terms of
Want me to stay on? What do you want me to do?
some of our firefighters getting very high compensation. But Lynn and I was helping me with the figures. And you probably know all this, but it was an eye-opener to me. In 2017, we had 228 firefighters. In 2018, it dropped to 217. In 2019, 193. In 2020, 186. And today it's 180. So that's a reduction of 48 firefighters without changes in the minimum manning requirements. And when you negotiate a labor contract, and this is with all the professional fire departments, so many men on a ladder, so many men on a fire, on a regular pump or an engine, so many men or women, I don't know how many women we have in the Warwick Fire Department, on a rescue truck. So we've gone down 48 employees, and we're really looking at, on the projections right now, we're looking at spending almost $6 million in overtime this year, down from just over $1 million in 2017. But on the other hand, the regular payroll has dropped really from 19 million back in 2017-18 to around 15 million today because of the reduced count. So that's something that has to be discussed when we go forward in the next budget. Chief tells me he couldn't get a training class together and get more firefighters for 6 months at the earliest in any event. So it's something we have to deal with over the next 6 months and make a judgment in the budget as to how you want to address this. Now then, we have a deficit of about 500,000 in the police 2 and fire 2 pension plan. And we haven't certainly identified why this problem. We think that when the budget was approved back June, the actuary for the fire and police 2, the actuary comes up, what is the percentage of pay? What is the percentage of pay that you have to pay to make sure you fully fund the amortization of the unfunded liability, the current service costs for accumulated retirement benefits? For the police, it's 33.43% of pay. For the fire 2 employees, it's 28.6% of pay. And we think what happened, and the pay includes regular compensation plus holiday pay. That's the basis that firefighters, police officers retire on. Those 2 components, we believe an error was made and holiday pay was excluded in the computation. We're not certain of that. But nevertheless, we can track every week, or we pay to the trustee once every 2 weeks or twice a month by both in the employer and the employee contribution, and we can tell we're going to be short about $500,000. We also see a modest shortfall in the tipping fees paid to the Solid Waste Management Corporation for our solid waste. People aren't going out to eat as much anymore. There's more tonnage going to the landfill from the residents of the city. So it's modest, but it's something that we could pick up on from the tonnage, comparing tonnage last year and this year. And it may not be as bad comparatively because that whole all started in March of 2020. So those are the main expense items, and that comes to a deficit of about $200,000. So that's a cumulative problem of $1.2 million. But the budget's $323.8 million. So that's a small percentage of the total budget. I was happy when I went through these numbers about where the city is. Now, that doesn't mean it's not going to be a challenge to put it together a new budget. Doesn't mean something couldn't happen in the next 3 months. And when we review and the staff helps me review where we are next quarter, it's possible there will be other concerns. Now, there's one last thing I said in my report. This assumes that city appropriations to schools will be sufficient in this year to support the school system. And I had a good conversation in my first week or so with Rob over in the school department, the school business manager, and he talked about some deficit protections that they'd made to the school committee. And I talked to him about the additional money when the amendments in December to the coronavirus relief fund were passed. The state got nothing. The cities and towns really got nothing, although the state was trying to get rid of the rest of its money, and that's one of the reasons we have more state aid. But the schools did get something, and we had a good conversation about that. And I had an off-the-cuff conversation with him in the parking lot at the Gorton School after I went to another meeting. And he indicated it looked like those numbers, that is the special aid from what was approved by the stimulus bill passed by Congress in December, were going to generate additional revenues. And it was a conversation in a parking lot as opposed to something formal. So that I'm hopeful that we're not going to see a problem in terms of balancing the budget with the school department this year. That doesn't mean there's not going to be a problem next year. That doesn't mean there's not going to be a problem putting a budget together that you're all comfortable with. But we're going to give you a third quarter report. Then we're going to start working on the budget for fiscal year 22. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Director, and I want to thank you and the mayor for presenting this information. You sent us, the City Council, this document a week ago. You have been available to each and every member of the council to ask questions. I know you said you'd be happy to take questions tomorrow and going forward as well. For the members of the public, if you have questions on this report, feel free to reach out to the mayor's office. You can also send those questions to your council person, and we will get them into the administration as well. This is open and transparent. We appreciate you bringing this forward, just keeping an update so everybody understands where we're at. It's a snapshot where we're at right now, and we're going to move forward. And they've already agreed to come back and keep us updated as we move forward. So we really appreciate that, Director. Next item on the agenda is general communications. First off, I'd like to thank all the city employees that are out right now as we speak, plowing our roads, trying to keep us safe. The first responders out there. So thank you very much on that. I also want to just make a quick announcement, an update, if you will, on vaccines. As you know, late last week, the city found out from the state that they were getting a number of vaccines, I believe 390. They were given 1 day's notice to put something together. The mayor and the EMS and the fire department did a great job of putting something together right away. To get those out, and starting this week, 390 of our seniors, 75 and older, will receive their first shot, which is great news. We want to stress to everybody else, 75 and older, 65 and older, and everybody in the city of Warwick, that more vaccines are coming. We are waiting for directions from the state on exactly how many will be coming and on what basis they will be coming. There is not a sign-up list right now, so we want to make that appointment that there is not a list that you can sign up for at this time. However, I would recommend, and the council members are recommending, and the mayor is recommending, that you sign up for the Code Red programming. If you go on the city's website, you sign up for Code Red, and that's where you will receive information. You will log in your information, and you will receive information not only on vaccines, but on parking bans, any type of communications from the city. It goes right to your phone. They leave a message for you if you don't pick up. If you pick up, you can hear it live. So once the state gives the city direction and said you will have X amount of vaccines, the mayor's office, the council, the EMS, the fire department, we will all come together. We will get that information out to the public as widespread as we can. At this point, we're kind of in a holding pattern. There is not a sign-up list to be on. So if you're not on a sign-up list, don't worry. There is no sign-up list. We will be coming out with more information once we get directions from the state. So that's where we're at right now. Again, we all want to see everybody safe and healthy. So as soon as we get direction from the state on how many vaccines, the next round that we're going to receive, the city will be back in contact with all the residents to let everybody know the process, how to get on the list when they make a list, how to schedule an appointment, how to get your family members on that appointment. So stay tuned, but please note that more information is coming and more vaccines are coming, and we look forward to working with all of you on this. So that's all I have for general communications. Other council members, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Going on what you said, I'd like to say, and if I may be forward and say on behalf of the Warwick City Council, with your permission, I'd like to thank the volunteers of the Warwick's first vaccination distribution. As you said, Mr. President, they had 1 day to get it together. And a group of city workers, and I believe some possibly relatives or volunteers from the city, jumped up. We're still trying to figure out, the names, because that's how fast they jumped in and helped out, and the city workers that did it. It was phenomenal. It took no time at all to get the lists put together and to get that distribution done. An organization, it was organized like you wouldn't believe. So I'd like to commend the mayor's office, the emergency management Warwick Emergency Management, as well as the city workers and volunteers who got that done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Any more council people with anything for general communications? Okay, hearing none. At this time, I would like to pause the council meeting, go back into public safety, which we had paused. We need to finish our work into committees. So if you're watching from home, we're going to go back into committees now. We still have work to do in the committees. So we're going to go back to Public Safety Committee. And then once we finish all of the committees, we will reconvene the full council meeting. So we're going to go back to Public Safety Committee. Thank you.
Try my video again. Good evening. We're back at the Public Safety Committee meeting. Do I have my committee members? I see them. How you doing, gentlemen? Thank you. We are at item 3, the claim for Andrew Kopp. Any comments from the committee members?
Chairman, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I see a common issue here. I know we've seen it many times where the invoice is for $193.31. It includes the tire and the labor. And the 2 estimates are for the tire only, $133.99. So a little over $59 difference. So as the 2 estimates do not provide the labor estimate, and even looking at the labor estimate on the invoice, it appears that the labor on actually installing the tire was free there. But of course, that's a circumstance where the company is getting the business of getting the tire. And in fact, it looks like the person had an oil change at the same time, so it was already up on the lift anyway. What I'm getting at is that under our practice, because there aren't the labor estimates, it would be appropriate for us to award, instead of the $193.31, the $133.99 under the estimates. However, what this committee has often done under these circumstances is give the claimant, in this case Andrew Karp, an opportunity to present the alternative labor estimates so that we may award the higher amount, or if he wishes to proceed with getting the $133.99, then that's certainly something that I would be glad to approve, but would want to give him that opportunity to provide those 2 other estimates on labor.
Is Mr. Kopp in the audience? Chris, I don't see him.
I don't see that name, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps you have the last 4 digits of a phone number I could check?
I do not in front of me.
I do see a hand raised with the last 4 digits of 9724.
Chris, are you seeing that?
I do see that. That person may be one of the appointments for the council meeting, but I can allow them to talk. Caller 9724, if you press *6 to unmute, you can let us know who you are.
Hello.
Hi,
What
we
is
can
your
hear you.
name?
Jeff Sweet.
Mr. Sweet, your claim is not in front of us yet. It's coming up shortly. We're dealing with another claim right now.
Listen, I got a headache. I've been on this phone since 5 o'clock waiting over a stupid pothole.
I understand that, sir, but your claim is not in front of us and we cannot deal with that at this time.
What time you think you're going to be dealing with it?
I'm hoping that we'll be there within the next 15 to 20 minutes, if not sooner.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other members of the public who want to speak on Mr. Kopp's claim? That was tongue-tied. Councilman Lassiter. You're muted, sir.
Thank you. So just to add to the discussion, the invoice from Belize is $193.31. On the adjoining page, it shows a synthetic oil change value of $63. The total charges, including the labor on this item here, appears to be $245.30, less $63 for insurance monies, leaving a balance of $193.31. So if I'm interpreting these numbers correctly, I would say it's fair to assume $63 off the oil change would give you some sort of a reasonable number for the tire repair, including the labor to do so, which brings you down into that 130 mark. So, you know, if this is something you want to put to rest tonight, I think that's quite fair to deduct the $63 off the 193 and take that balance of $130.31 and say that's the net cost of the tire and the labor to change it. Just my suggestion.
Through the chair,
if I may, first, I have no problem with holding that, giving him the opportunity, and then if not, moving forward in the next meeting with the 133.99 amount. Councilman Ricks, you had another comment?
I also noticed what Councilman Lattiser noticed on the $63 marked down under the column less insurance. What was a little confusing to me on that was that the oil change was also listed at $63. So it seems somewhat coincidental. And that's why I didn't, I wouldn't want to necessarily jump to the conclusion that it was insurance on the tire itself, as opposed to a description that's a little bit vague. But to get the show on the road, I would move to hold to February 22nd with notice to the claimant.
Before we move, are there any other comments from the public?
I don't see any at this time, Mr. Chairman.
We have, then can I have that motion again, Councilman Ricks?
We'll need a PCR on that.
Yes, please.
Okay, so it's this one is 2221.
Okay, thank you. A motion to hold?
Yes, move to hold.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, that one was being held to the 22nd of February as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, now I need a 3. Aha. The next one is for Robert D. Benedetto. The recommendation is to approve. Any comments from committee members? Any comments from council members? Any comments from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Recommendation to approve. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve in the amount of $101.84.
Second.
Jim, did you, Councilman
I
McElroy?
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The next one is Jinky Lee. The recommendation is to approve. Do we have any comments from the committee members? Any comments from the council members? Any comments from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have I'm just making sure. We have a recommendation to approve this claim for $300. Do we have a motion?
Everything is in order, appears to me. Move favorable action in the amount of $300.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next is Mary Ann Tucci. Any comments from members of the committee? Any comments from members of the council? Any comments from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
We have a recommendation to approve in the amount of $239.98. Do we have a motion?
Chairman, because this runs into the similar problem as where I don't believe that the tire rack includes the labor. I'm double checking that, but based on that, I would move to hold to provide that opportunity.
We have a motion to hold. That
To
would be
February
to
22nd.
22nd. Second, I need a PCR number.
PCR on that one. PCR 2321.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question, what is it that we're looking for on this, and who's going to obtain that information from the claimant?
We need the information we're looking for is to the estimate from Tire Rack in Town Fair Tire. Tire Rack, I'm sorry, Tire Rack, does that include labor?
All right, that information all comes from finance. So we either need to get finance on board to get that information, or because I don't have contact with the person unless Joanne's going to do that. I'm not sure. I just want to clarify so we have it in time for the 22nd.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. I have a question for you. Who usually reaches out to that person?
Well, it's kind of been up in the air as to who's going to do it.
I would ask, in which ward is Drybrook Road?
I'll reach out to Joanne tomorrow to reach out to Mary Ann Tucci to ask that information this time. I'll take it upon myself.
Okay.
Okay.
I just need clarification as to which office, because some people, it just gets difficult sometimes.
No problem at all. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance.
Thank you.
So we have a motion to hold. We have it seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're getting there. The next item is Jeffrey Bean. And we have a recommendation to approve in the amount of $219.83. Comments from the committee? Comments from the council? Comments from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Move favorable
We have
action.
Favorable action to approve in the amount of $219.83.
Yes.
Seconded?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. And the next one is McAlgerget. I hope I did that well. We have a recommendation to approve in the amount of $234.37. Comments from the committee? Questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? A motion for favorable action?
Move favorable action, the amount of $234.37.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And am I correct now? We have, the next one would be PCR 2120, resolution relative to claims from Mary McGann. We have favorable action. We have a motion, recommendation for favorable action. questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Yes, Mr. Lassiter.
Thank you.
Councilman Lassiter, my mistake, sir.
Thank you. That's fine. My question would be to Councilman Gebhardt. The information that we have given here or been given is that Mrs. McGann was reimbursed $341.81 from the insurance company. And my question is that $341.81 being deducted from the low estimate of $552?
I probably should have jumped in first, but thanks, Councilman. This one has been before us for a while. Ms. McGann hit a pothole. It caused serious damage in two areas. One was her bumper was completely dislodged, and two was the wheel was damaged, the tire was damaged, the hubcap was lost. So the claim was for the covered the body repair to the bumper. So we can kind of slide both what Amika paid her and the $700 or $800, I forget what it was, related to the bumper off to the side. So then all we're really talking about in this claim is the tire, the wheel, and the hubcap repair, which she did not receive any compensation for. And so she does have three estimates for that. One, you have to just decipher because it's that Tasca, I believe, invoice, which covers the bumper as well as the tire, the wheel, and the hubcap. So that's all included in there. So my recommendation after reviewing this and speaking with Mr. McGann and Mrs. McGann was to move favorable for $284.27, which is actually the lowest of the three tire, wheel, and hubcap replacement estimates, including one that I did a little research on her behalf because the estimate she provided only included the tire and not the wheel as well. So I had to go back and find the wheel price, but so that's my recommendation. Happy to answer any other questions.
Any other questions from the members of the council? Any questions from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing that we have favorable action in the amount of $284.27. Do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
The next item is the claim by Mr. Sweet. We have a recommendation for denial. Any comments from members of the committee?
Yes, I believe that Mr. Sweet is on the line.
Yes.
Would we be
Well, I
able
don't know. I'm
to-
going to ask Chris in a moment. Thank you. He's been patient since 5.
Thank you. And I suppose that my question would be to confirm that he received the services from Ray's in the amount of $300.
Is Mr. Sweet on the meeting now?
Yes, he is, Mr. Chairman. I'll allow him to talk. Mr. Sweet, if you want to press *6, that will unmute you so you can speak to the subcommittee.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Thank you for your patience.
All right, listen, I was there years ago for the same firm on the same street, right? And they didn't do nothing for me, right? All right, so now you got a lot of holes everywhere. They're created, right? I've called in plenty of times to City Hall in Tone about it, and they still haven't fixed them. On Glendale Avenue, where my aunt lives, is 83 years old. I have to take her around because she can't walk. There's all holes on that road. This was 4 months ago when I made the claim for that, and I told them about the holes, and they're still there. All right, now, so we relocated my aunt to Spiral Points. That whole road going down Spiral Points is like driving down a rock road, and you got to go in. There's all holes on it. I just called the lady last week, and I told her about it. And then yesterday, when I was going to my aunt, I have to go over them holes. My front light, where it's screwed into the bulb, where it's screwed into the casing, it must have got loose from going over a lot of bumps, and that popped out. Now I got to order a light. I ain't gonna go down and make another claim. I'm sick of that. Going down and waiting, and I just waited 3 hours to get on this damn phone to go through this. And someone's not doing their job right there. You can go fix them holes. You can do it at night, late at night. I don't think people wouldn't mind. And because of the COVID virus out there, these guys that work, they don't care. They're probably in bars right now drinking, right? You know?
Okay, sir, I'm going to ask you to state a point, please. The reason where your claim, the one that is before us, is being recommended to be denied is one of the estimates that you handed in was from a company that does not do the type of repair that your estimate claimed. As a matter of fact, they do not remember ever giving you that estimate. That's the point you need to speak to, please.
Listen, the lady told me to get 2 estimates. I went to Safeway, and there's no other place in Warwick that I know that does windows. So I go where I got a good guy that has a good reputation, and he can get me a window, or I can get a window at a junkyard, and he can put that in, and he'll charge me cheap. But I'm gonna go to Safeway, so I do it right. Gotta do it right. The other guy does work on my cars. He's always been doing work on my car. I got a nice car. I like it, but the roads, the bumps are ruining it. You know, I got to replace a lot of stuff. I just put in new, I took the old shocks, the air shocks out, because they went. And I had to pay a lot of money for that. And my car was nice and quiet. Now you're hearing jingling in it. You know, and so I got to go over these bumps all the time, and it's getting ridiculous. So I call in and tell them about it. They don't do nothing.
Thank you, sir. Sir, again, I got to keep the claims is what is in front of us. I understand your concerns about the road repair.
You know the holes are out there. I just heard someone about their whole bumper and then the tire got ruined. Come on. So now you're telling me this and that and this and that. It's your people's fault. You don't want to do it, fix it. Let me fix it. Let me go in there and handle it. Let me put the crew out there. I'll have them done. I'll have them do it, right?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, if we can get back to the claim, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Back to the claim, sir. Anything else you want to say directly to the claim that's in front of us?
Yeah, I just want to show up. That's all. I'm tired. You know, Warwick's done. There's nothing in Warwick. You keep building in
Sir,
Warwick.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. May I?
All right. Mr. Sweet has muted himself. The issue before us.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I muted Mr. Sweet.
Thank
I didn't
you.
want him interrupting you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I need a Solicitor Walsh. I want to make sure we do this correctly. Mr. Sweet was not talking to point on that claim. He did nothing to say that the second estimate or the estimate he handed in was not valid, was valid. Can I move the question?
you have provided the claimant some opportunity to be heard. In reviewing how other matters have come up this evening about providing other opportunity to supplement or provide the full request. You know, in other cases, we had pieces of estimates that were incomplete in some ways. If the council is or the committee is not accepting as sufficient the presentation that's been before him, one option would be to provide an opportunity for such to be supplemented by the claimant to satisfy the practice of this council of having 3 full estimates of the item presented. If that is something that's not acceptable to the claimant, then that's
A point of clarification, Councilman Howe, if I may ask you, didn't you reach out to ask about further information already?
I certainly did. Thank you, Councilman. I certainly did. And I would say respectfully that I request that this claim be denied on insufficient evidence as well as in incorrect submission of receipts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
That being the case, Mr. Chairman, per the communication from Chairman Howe, that would satisfy the resolution passed by this council by then Chairman Sinapi about providing opportunity for claims that may be denied to have the persons present and answer or state their cases has been done tonight. So that satisfies that other protocol.
Thank you. Then I'm asking for is there any other members of the public wishing to speak on this?
Chairman,
other
if I may-
members. One second, let me just finish. Any other members of the public?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Mr. Sweet answered the question that I had asked earlier, if it's possible to allow him to speak to answer the question of whether he received the service to replace his windshield for $300 from Ray's.
Well, we can, from where again, Councilman Ricks? I'm not getting that last part.
Sure. Ray's Service Center Incorporated, 33 Chlorane Street, Warwick, Rhode Island.
If Mr. Sweet is still in the meeting, Mr. Sweet, have you in fact received the service from that dealership?
Mr. Sweet, if you'd like to unmute to speak, you can press *6.
Have you, Mr. Sweet, the question in front of you is, did you actually receive the service?
No, I haven't done nothing yet. I haven't done nothing yet. I just lost, I just put for the city for years. He died of liver cancer. And then I went down to visit my father to get help, because I'm going through a hard time right now. And I went down to see my father. He's living in Cumberland. His wife come out and said he's been dead for 5 years. So I'm stressed out. I got cancer also, and I don't need all this bull. You don't want to pay it, fine. Go just.
Okay, so seeing that there is no other new evidence in front of us, I'm looking for a motion to deny.
Move to deny.
Second.
Second, all in favor of denial? Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman Howe. Thank you for everyone. And finally, the claim, Michael Ainsworth, and we have a recommendation to approve. I did a little more background on this one. I went back and looked at an email that was sent to me explaining why there was the higher quote and he was going to it. The gentleman has I believe a Mercedes-Benz. I'm working off memory now. And he has a relationship with the dealership that specializes in the Mercedes. And since I believe the recommendation is for $300, am I correct? Can someone help me with that, please? Councilman Ricks, on that claim, is the recommendation to approve $300?
Excuse me, it's the Michael Ashworth claim?
Yes.
Yes, so I believe that my calculations were that we could recommend approval in the amount of $239.58 based on the Walmart.com material price of $224.58, as well as adding, as stated on that same document, an installation of at least $15 per tire, it being with one tire. So that's how I arrived at the $239.58 as the lowest of the three estimates.
Mike, can I ask you another question? Because you seem to have that document right in front of you, and it'll save us a lot of time. The Broadway tire estimate came in at what?
That came in at $298.70.
That's the one I'd like to get a recommendation to approve for because of their specialty with the Mercedes-Benz and the relationship with the gentleman. So I'm looking for a motion to approve at that dollar amount. Are there any questions from the committee members? Any questions from the committee members? Any questions from the council members? Any questions from the council members? Any questions from, oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Lassiter.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking for some clarification here as to why precedence is perhaps going to be set for fixing a tire because it's a Mercedes. What makes it so different, whether it's a Mercedes or a Chevy or an Acura or a Volkswagen? Why would a precedence be set to pay a higher amount than the $239.58? Whether the car was a Mercedes, a Toyota, or Ford, if the tire is being replaced in kind, same tire, same quality, et cetera, why would we want to set a precedence of paying more because the vehicle is a Mercedes as opposed to a Chevrolet?
Well, first of all, I did reach out to the council president to see if that I had to be concerned about setting a precedent. I was told no, because it's our rules. That's A. B, I am not by any stretch an auto guy, but I do know a Mercedes is a high performance vehicle, and that is different than a Toyota Corolla. And also, I believe that to mount it, balance it correctly, and all that goes into that, that there is some expertise in that. And I would think Broadway Tire and this gentleman's relationship with Broadway Tire would allow him to get it put on the car in the proper way without having to worry about it, as opposed to going to Walmart, and the training at Walmart for tire mounting will not be the same as it is at Broadway Tire. That's why I want to err on the side of caution for our constituents.
But the issue here also is Mr. Ashworth chose to go to Walmart to get an estimate. No one forced him to go there. He went there on his own free accord. He also went to Tires Direct on his own, and no one told him to go there either. So my question is, the tire that Broadway Tire is putting on this car, is it the same tire that Walmart's putting on this car? I mean, you balance the tire, you take the lugs off, you put the new lugs on. At the end of the day, there is a warranty from it, and no one forced him to go to Walmart. He went to Walmart on his own. So there you go. He got the estimate of $224.58 because he chose to go there. I would assume he had confidence in going there. That's why he went there. And I would say that Councilman Rick's calculations is in order, inappropriate, at $239.58, based upon the fact that the tire is the tire. You take the lugs off, you put the lugs on, and he went to Walmart. He chose to go to Walmart. We didn't force him to go there. You didn't force him to go there. He went there on his own. So
Thank you, Councilman Lasser. I appreciate your input. So I've asked for my motion for approval at the amount of $298.70. I will entertain a motion from the floor, from the committee, for a different dollar amount on approval. Do we have a motion for approval at a dollar amount?
I would move for approval at $239.58.
We have a second. No second. You're on mute, Councilman McElroy. You're still on mute. I don't know if you're trying to talk. There you go, Councilman.
I make a motion for $298.70.
I second. Do we have a vote? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Opposed? Nay. So it passes two yeas, one nay. Next item, PCR 14-21, resolution requesting the state DOT to perform a traffic study at intersection of Greenwich and Naples Avenue. Councilman Sinapi.
Howdy. This is the result of getting a couple studies already on the development from the Warwick Police. Basically, the Warwick Police came back ultimately and said, look, this development, it's having unexpected results on traffic in the area, especially with the fact that Greenwich Ave is constantly in flux as of late. So my theory is that the state might not have been under the impression that there'd be such traffic coming out of this area as there is now. So I'd like them to review it. I know I have other parts of my ward that have this problem, and the state steps in and reviews it, and I'm hoping they'll do the same, especially with Greenwich Ave being slated for a lot of changes and currently already undergoing them. But I think the people of Naples Ave especially deserve the state to look into this to see if there's a change in the pattern that would help in the area.
Any comments from members of the committee? Comments from members of the committee? Comments from members of the council? Comments from members of the council? Comments from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no more comments, I need a motion, looking for a motion to approve.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
I believe that's the last item in front of us. So the meeting has ended at 8:03. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Next up is the Intergovernmental Committee. This is Chairman McElroy, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Foley, and you are in order to begin.
Okay, it is now 8:03 and Committee on Intergovernmental begins. The first order of business is the acceptance of minutes. There are none. The first order of business, first item on the agenda is PCR 196-19, a resolution to the General Assembly for additional funding for Warwick Public Schools. This is not drafted. Councilman Gephardt.
I would request to move this to the pending file.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 The second item on the agenda is PCR 39-20, resolution in regards to a change to the Warwick City Council rules, Rule 30, docketing to allow that docketed business be heard at either the regular business or public hearing meetings of the City Council. Councilman Lattiser.
Hold February 22nd, please.
So moved.
I'm
All
sorry.
in favor?
Sorry about that. Was that February 22nd? I didn't hear.
Yes, February 22nd, 2-2.
Very good. Thank you. Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, hold till February 22nd.
You didn't finish the vote, Chairman.
It was moved by Councilman Sinapi. Was there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have it. Item 3 is PCR 79-20, resolution for engineering to create a Buckeye Brook project. Councilman Howe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is still being worked on, so I'm going to request that it be held until February 22nd, please.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Moved. Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Item number 4, PCR 127-20, a resolution to discuss recommendations of the Chapter 4 Commission, PCR 36-19, relative to Chapter 4 of the Warwick Code of Ordinances entitled Animals and Fowl. Councilman Ricks? Councilman Sinapi?
Thank you. Yes. In fact, Councilman Sinapi, as chair of the Chapter 4 Commission, and myself as vice chair, can present perhaps an overview of the findings. I would yield to Councilman Sinapi.
All right, so this is basically a comprehensive review of the Chapter 4 from our Code of Ordinances. It's regarding, as the title might suggest, animals and fowl. Mostly it involves dogs, cats, etc. But there are some exceptions to that. As all of you might be aware, our ordinances as a whole are rather antiquated. I know that's not news to anybody. And in some cases, it makes things confusing for the general public, or it doesn't address things that it should. So one of my goals is basically to go chapter by chapter and fix this. And Councilman Ricks had a passion for this particular chapter, so it seemed like as good as any to start. And it's not just one or two things. We're talking about every single one for the most part. With few exceptions, there are edits of some sort to this, whether it be adding certain definitions or even making certain things not allowed that were previously, clarifying things, making things that weren't allowed. Now they are allowed under the proposed changes. So it's a wide range. You really should read through it before, once it comes before us for actual passage of the changes themselves, because they're not a small amount and people may have difference of opinion, and it's something we should discuss. The good news is the commission itself consisted of all the parties you'd want it to consist of. You'd had a member of the animal shelter, director of the animal shelter, I should say, someone from animal control. You had some defenders of animals as well, and you had general public every so often would chime in addition. So we had a lot of people who knew their stuff. It was very helpful. And we think we were able to pretty much address everything that those individuals who are basically experts on the subject knew of. However, as all of you go through them, feel free to make note of, hey, what about this? What about that? Or I don't think we should do this. Because this is, again, not a small amount of things. And it's very easy for even members of the commission to have missed something. And other than that, I'd encourage questions going forward before we address the bill itself, because again, it's very easy to miss something, and there's every possibility that even we might have. So.
Certainly, as folks can see, 32 pages is the total length of Chapter 4, at least in this formatting, as well as with the revisions that we have. And as Councilman Sinapi stated, it's a very wide array of revisions in this omnibus reform that is recommended by the Commission, ranging from fixing typos and modernizing language to making sure that the ordinances reflect the state of state law as well as best practices, so that we have more clear procedure in place, as well as there were some additional items such as, I'll just flip to the very last page where we on the commission suggest adding section 4-137, which relates to traveling circuses. This is something where, because there hasn't been a comprehensive review of Chapter 4 in many decades, this topic is simply not addressed by our current ordinances. And I think that, well, over the course of the 11 meetings of the Chapter 4 Commission, we had opportunity to discuss and review ordinances from around the state and around the country and take a look at what modern best practices are in these different aspects. So certainly if members of this committee and members of the council may need additional time to thoroughly review all of these recommended changes, then I would certainly think that it would be appropriate to continue this discussion to February 22nd. I know that I have stated at some places, but I'm not certain if I have stated it in an open meeting here in front of all of our colleagues, that the reason why I introduced a resolution and also an ordinance is so that we can have this discussion in an open meeting, be able to review these 32 pages more or less, and then when it comes to having the ordinance itself, the proposed ordinance, come in front of this committee and the city council, if we're able to have a full discussion within the parameters of this resolution, then it creates a lot less work and confusion for everyone involved, because then we can make sure to have substantive reforms before the ordinance itself is introduced, and then we can hopefully avoid a situation where we're making all sorts of amendments to a drafted ordinance and driving our city council solicitors crazy, darting between pages to make various revisions on the fly. I yield the floor.
Any other questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Do I hear a motion?
Oh, I believe that we have a member of the public with a hand raised.
Oh, sorry. Any questions from members of the public?
Yes, sir, we do have one. I'm going to allow that caller to speak. Caller 8281, you can press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, you can, okay. Sorry about that. I have a whole bunch of questions about this. I was not aware that for all of the different meetings of the commission that the public could participate. So I did not receive the draft as it stands right now until today. And I want to state for your record that I've spent nearly 3 hours today trying to put together comments to be of use to this ordinance, and have gotten through 9 pages. I have forwarded to Councilman Ricks 25 comments and questions, and I will go through the rest of the proposal in the next couple days and forward the remainder of any questions or comments which I may have. So I am hoping that when this is heard again, 222, that I guess I'm going to ask a process question. When these kinds of comments come to you, do you look at them decide if as a commission you want to make revisions, decide you're not going to do anything else with the comments. Can you make changes if you feel they're warranted? Or does every single comment that someone like me may have to come up in front of the full council on 222? How will that work?
Excuse me,
And
Mr. Chair, could you
lastly-
have the caller identify herself, please?
Yeah, Barbara Walsh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Ricks, would you like to answer that?
Certainly. So I would be happy to go through the comments. I do have them in front of me. I've got the split screen working on the laptop, but I would leave it to the chair's discretion if it may be more appropriate to have the more full discussion on February 22nd, or if we may begin to have a discussion on some of these points at this meeting and then resume on the 22nd.
I think we should hold it till February 22nd.
Yeah, I mean, my own opinion is that I would like time to digest Ms. Walsh's questions and comments. So if those could be distributed to everybody so that all of us can review them, that'd be great. Because Ms. Walsh has been, I think, consistently at every council meeting regarding when a Chapter 4 issue came up previously. So I
Yes,
imagine
I
she'll
have.
some
Thank you.
insight into this.
Okay. Okay, do I hear a motion to hold it till February 22nd?
So moved.
Second.
Before we second, I don't think Ms. Walsh's question about the process. I don't think we've answered the process, not each individual comment, but what would the process be, Councilman Sinapi?
I mean, the process can be often however we wish to do it. Sometimes we've done written testimony and we've accepted it. Sometimes we haven't. It's really up to everyone. I know given the sheer extent of Ms. Walsh's suggestions, I imagine we'll want to receive it in writing. That way we can go through it. And we should make sure we state it on the record. And hey, Ms. Walsh submitted written testimony like we do with the zoning stuff. That way.
So do you want what I've already compiled sent to the subcommittee into governmental affairs or the full council?
Ms. Walsh, if you provide it to pretty much any council person, that individual can make sure to provide it to the rest of us or to the clerk who can distribute it to all of us.
So may I rely upon Councilman Ricks to forward my comments?
Certainly. Let me know if you'd like me to forward them as is, or I know that you were still reviewing some subsequent pages, so we certainly have time before the 22nd. Just feel free to send me an email letting me know your preference, and I'll send it to our Constituent Affairs Liaison for her to then send it to all 9 members.
All right. I can tell you now, because it's so extensive, there's so many things involved in these ordinances, could you forward the 25 comments I've already raised now, and then I will be continuing to review the next 22 pages that I haven't gotten to yet.
Certainly.
Because I want you to understand, I take this very seriously, and my comments are meant to improve anything that has to do with animal care well-being and whatever issues constituents may experience, but not to the detriment of the animals. So a lot of my comments also have to do with just consistency and making sure sections coincide with other sections, and things like that. So I just want you to understand I've taken this very seriously with all of my comments and hope you can pay attention to them in the mindset that they were sent to you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I now second the motion that's in front.
We're on the in the committee. Right. Who made the motion? Jeremy, Anthony, you seconded it?
Sure.
I seconded it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 22nd. Item number 5, PCR 15-21, resolution to the Rhode Island State Governor's Office in regards to the March 2020 CARES Act funding for the city of Warwick. Not drafted, Councilman Foley.
Hold until the 22nd of February, please.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now, 8:21 in our intercommittee has now ended.
Next up is the Appointments Committee. This is Chairman Gephardt, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Sinapi, and it's in order to proceed.
And Councilman Ricks, Councilman Sinapi, you guys ready to rock?
Yep.
All right. It is 8:21. Appointments comes to order. We have two pieces of business before us, two appointments. First up is an appointment to the Board of Assessment Review. I have been in contact with both of this evening's appointees, and they are both here in the Zoom meeting. I will just introduce Mr. Soro first, but if our friends in MIS might be able to make Mr. Soro available in the event that members of the committee have questions, I would appreciate that. Mr. Soro.
Good evening.
Yes. Oh, good evening. So Mr. Soro, congratulations on your what I believe is a 20th anniversary with Mortgage Appraisal Company. It says here on your resume you started in 1991.
It's going to be close to 30.
Oh, to 30. Yeah, 30. Math. Mr. Soro is also a graduate of Providence College, political science and public administration, has completed numerous professional development courses, all relating to real estate property valuation, etc. He is licensed, and his license number is provided here. That license does not expire until just about a year from now. He's also an FHA approved appraiser. And hopefully the rest of the committee has had time to review Mr. Soro's qualifications. But any questions from, well, Mr. Soro, would you like to say anything first?
Well, yeah, I have been a real estate appraiser since early 1980s, starting off at Old Stone Bank. I went to self-employment route in 1991, and appraising since then. I am a former member of the Cranston Assessors Tax Board of Review. I have been sworn in as an expert witness in Rhode Island Family Court, and I also teach appraisal courses at the Rhode Island Association of Realtors. So I've been doing appraising, almost half my life at this point.
You must have started when you were 12.
Not quite.
All right. Any questions from members of the committee for Mr. Soro?
Briefly, I know that I had made positive comments at the previous meeting, and at that time I also moved to hold. I'd like to reiterate that reviewing Mr. Soro's resume and hearing from him, I cannot imagine us getting someone more qualified than he for this position. I want to be sure to thank Mr. Soro for stepping up. And now that we're through November and the transition, and the new administration has had the opportunity to review and nominate its appointee, after the comments from the rest of the members of the council and public as applicable, it would be my honor to move for favorable action on this approval of the nomination.
Second.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other members of the committee wish to speak? Members of the council. Council President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soro. I just want to thank you for agreeing to do this. You are definitely qualified for this, and it's really important. These are important boards and commissions. This assessment review is an important thing, and to have someone of your experience is a really added benefit to the city of Warwick. So I want to thank you. Thank you for working with us. I know we had put your name up a while ago. We had some moving around to do, but I think that it speaks nothing of your appointment. This is really exciting. You are a great fit for this. And again, I thank you for putting yourself forward to serve our community. Thank you, sir.
Very, very welcome. Thank you for the kind words.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, thank you very much. And Mr. Soro, I'm so happy that we finally got to vote. I know we talked in December, and you know, we had to wait for the new administration to come in. But I also thank you for all the experience that you're going to be bringing to Warwick. I look forward to working with you, and thank you for coming, you know, to take this task on. So I welcome you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Likewise.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Soro, not to be redundant with all the accolades, but I'll do it anyways. You certainly have exceptional qualifications to serve on this assessment and review board, and it is it's very refreshing to be able to support someone with your qualifications for a specific board. It's very, very important to the future of not just our city, but all cities and towns in our country, to have people appointed to these boards and commissions that are qualified to serve on them. And to me, it's about leadership before friendship. And it's so critical to the success of the boards and commissions to have someone with your skills and your experience, particularly, and your history, the history that you possess over the 30 plus years you've been doing this, to be serving on this board. And I certainly am confident in saying, along with all of my colleagues, that we're really excited about all the appointments that will be coming up in the future too. But welcome, Mr. Soro. Look forward to meeting you personally one of these days when we get past this crazy COVID thing. And also, anytime I can be of any help to you, please feel free to reach out. But it's going to be a pleasure to support you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I wish I could replay this to some of my clients, but thank you very much.
You can. It will be on YouTube.
I don't hear that very often. Thank you.
Any other members of the council wish to speak on Mr. Soro's appointment? Any members of the public, any of Mr. Soro's clients wish to speak on this appointment?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Soro. Maybe Solicitor Walsh, as I read the rules regarding appointments, appointees need to appear before the committee and or the full council. So is Mr. Soro free to go if he'd like to, or should he stick around?
Because members are all present here and they've been, the council members have been provided an opportunity to weigh in, and many have, that fulfills the obligations unless there's any other objection or anyone else looking to come in. But committee's free to proceed, and the council can take all this discussion into account as him being present.
All right, Mr. Soro, I'll leave it up to you whether you want to stick around for the balance of the full meeting or get to the rest of your evening. But thank you so much.
I do have to make an exit, but I want to thank you for your patience, and thanks for the support and all the compliments. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Look forward to working with you.
All right. All right. Next up is the appointment for city solicitor. Incredibly important role in the city. We have here Michael Ursillo. Mr. Ursillo is a partner at Ursillo, Tietz and Rich Limited. He's also been a solicitor in several cities. Does everyone have the Mr. Ursillo's resume in front of them? Okay, great. West Greenwich, Barrington, Bristol, the list goes on. Mr. Ursillo is also a graduate of Leadership Rhode Island, which I like to call out. We have that in common. And so, Mr. Ursillo, would you like to say anything?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Gebhardt. I'll tell you, it's a real privilege for me to have the opportunity to serve the city of Warwick. I've made public service as solicitor my field of work for the past 37 years, representing various towns and cities throughout the state. Never any city as diverse and interesting and complex as the city of Warwick. So I'm really looking forward to that. I have a wonderful legal team backing me up, and I look forward to working with your team here on the city council, with Bill Conway, Bill Walsh, etc. I started work for the city actually on January 5th. I hit the ground running and have been running ever since, having a great time with the various challenges and looking forward to being able to serve this city and all of its constituents in the next 2 years.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ursillo. Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll first make a quick statement that I used to work over at Ursillo, Tietz and Rich. This is before I was elected to the city council. I remember way back, I think it was it 2013 or 2014, I had recently gotten onto law review, and then I had the honor of working at Ursillo, Tietz and Rich, often working closely with Attorney Ursillo. And I can personally say from working alongside him that I don't think that Mayor Picozzi could have found a more qualified candidate, someone with so much experience in this particular area of law representing municipalities. Well, it's hard to say more than what the resume itself says. And I'll also just briefly state that since before the time that I was elected on the city council, Attorney Ursillo and I, as well as Ursillo, Tietz and Rich, I have not had any financial or other relationship with that firm. So I want to make sure to put that out in public so that everyone is assured that I do not have any conflict of interest in this matter. This is also a situation where I had not spoken with Mayor Picozzi prior on this topic of the city solicitor prior to his making a selection. And similar to the standard that I upheld on this appointments committee when Mayor Solomon made his appointment of a city solicitor, I look at it as the standard of this city council's role is to determine whether or not the nominee is qualified, not to substitute our judgment for the mayor, but in my opinion, from the experience that I've had working with Attorney Ursillo, I can honestly state that I don't believe that there's an attorney out there who could say that they are more qualified than Attorney Ursillo when it comes to representing municipalities as a city solicitor.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. Councilman Sinapi.
Just wanted to point out, in the short time Attorney Ursillo's been involved with the city, has already been of great help, at least in my experience. So I'm looking forward to him officially being the city solicitor.
Thank you, Councilman Sinapi. Any comments or questions from members of the council? Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ursillo. I look forward to meeting you, and this is a big job, and I'm glad that you're on board and your experience. The city of Warwick will definitely keep you busy. That's for sure, and I'm sure Attorney Connolly and Walsh and can say they're busy on the council side, and you have the other side. So I'm sure you guys can go out after and talk about all of us in a good way, I'm sure. But again, I went through your resume as well. I'm glad to have you on board, and I look forward to supporting your appointment tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? Councilman McElroy.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Gebhardt. Mr. Ursillo, I just wanted to mention that I believe you have an excellent resume, and I have received nothing but rave reviews about your legal work. I just wanted to say that I wanted to welcome you to the city of Warwick, and I look forward immensely to working with you. Thank you very much for applying.
Thank you so much.
Any other members of the council wish to be heard? All right, if there are no others, do I have a motion? I'm sorry, members of the
public.
The public. Why, we're all here.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I do see a hand raised in the attendees.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? This is Susan Aration, the Mayor's Chief of Staff.
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, members of the council. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Susan.
I have been nodding my head as I've heard all the council members acknowledge both your experience and your qualifications. And so I won't repeat all of that, but as anyone looks at your resume, it's hard to see how you have any free time to do anything other than practice law and serve on all of these different organizations. And I want to thank you. I've worked with you for just about a month, and I can tell you that Mike, as a city solicitor, has a lot on his plate. He has been very responsive, and the attorneys that he works with have been there for us, answering our questions. And even on a Sunday afternoon, if I send Mike an email, he gets back to me right away. So I just want to say Mayor Pocosi made a fantastic selection, and I want to thank the council for their apparent support, and I wish you well, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other members of the public wish to be heard?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you. And do I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
In a second.
Oh, double mute it. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Ursillo, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We look forward to working with you.
Same here.
And I believe that is all for appointments for this evening. Appointments finishes its business at 8:39 p.m.
Finally, this evening, we have the Public Properties, Land Use Committee and Community Affairs. This is Chairman Ricks, Councilman Foley, Councilman Gebhardt. You are in order. Proceed.
Thank you. The time is, excuse me, the City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 8:39 p.m. First up, acceptance of minutes from the previous committee meeting. There are none. Therefore, we move on to the one item on the docket, PCR 16-21, resolution in regards to the lease of city-owned property at 3259 Post Road to the Warwick Museum of Art. And I believe that this is sponsored and co-sponsored by the entire City Council. So, flipping on over to that page, One item that I want to mention very briefly, and this is certainly nothing to do with the merits of this. If I may take the liberty of expressing my opinion as chair, the Warwick Museum of Art, now better known as the Warwick Center for the Arts, they changed the branding a few years ago to better reflect the wide array of art and performance and classes that are involved. They just do a fantastic job, and I certainly see absolutely no reason why they should not be allowed to proceed with the lease of the property at 3259 Post Road, which is the old Kent Armory. The one item that I would suggest, and we'll get to this after we have the discussion, is that I would propose to have an amendment to the resolution on line 17 so that it reads, whereas Warwick Museum, Inc., doing business as the Warwick Museum of Art and doing business as the Warwick Center for the Arts, that last phrase being in addition, has leased the premises known as the Kentish Artillery Armory from the City of Warwick since 1992. So the language referring to doing business as Warwick Center for the Arts is reflected in the lease. As a matter of housekeeping, I would just prefer that that term also be included in the resolution authorizing the lease as well. Nothing substantive there. With that, any discussion from members of the committee? Any discussion, members of the council?
Chairman?
Councilman Gephardt.
My hand vanished.
Oh.
I see here that on line 27, the Warwick Center for the Arts has applied for a Champlin grant. I know that in the past we've offered letters of support, a resolution of support for other organizations applying for such grants. So I would just make that offer to the Warwick Center for the Arts, that if that would be helpful in their pursuit of that grant, I think that would be something that we would be happy to take up.
Raising an excellent point there. I would just certainly be on board for that. And I know that the enactment of this lease is something that's going to help with that process. Specifically, I believe that the Champlin grant relates to upgrades to the building itself, which as a city property, that's something that certainly not just benefits the organization, but also benefits the city. Any further discussion, members of the council? Council President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And yes, thank you for the support on this. I think that's I have no problem with the addition, like you said, no substance changes on that. Just adding it in there. This property is right next to City Hall in Ward 7. They've received the grant. This is part of to finally get the actual funds. They have to show that they have this lease. I'd also like to point out that Mayor Picozzi sent me a letter today of support in this as well. For the issuance of time, I would just say that he was very supportive of this project, very supportive of the arts community, as am I, as is the members of the council. As you can see, we have the whole council that sponsored this. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to supporting this later this evening. And I thank you for making those changes, just so we did dot the I's and cross the T's and get it in there. And as both the chairman and Councilman Gephardt mentioned, that this grant, not only is this make it so the Art Center could stay there, but they're going to be improving this property as well, using that money to improve it right next to the beautiful City Hall. This is a great use of those funds. Hopefully, once we get past COVID, they will welcome all of us in for all the different art displays that they have there, different programming that they do there. This is a great community resource, and I'm happy to support it this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, President. Any other further discussion from members of the council? Any discussion, members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. In that case, I would move to amend on line 17 after the word, after the phrase Warwick Museum of Art, insert the phrase also doing business as the Warwick Center for the Arts. And of course, naturally keep that comma at the end before the rest of the sentence. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor of the, let's see, excuse me, City Council Solicitor, just to make sure that I'm clear on the procedure, would there need to be question to the public as to the motion?
The public comment is traditionally done as the final act before it moves out of the committee. So the amendment you can move the amendment, ask any other questions on that when you move presumptively favorable as amended.
Thank you. Wanted to double check there. All right. All in favor on the amendment?
Aye.
Aye. All right. 3 in favor. Let's see. Do we have any discussion from members of the committee on this item as amended? Any further discussion, members of the council? Any further discussion, comments, or questions, members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to for favorable action as amended?
Motion to favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that is the one item on the docket, approved 3-0. So committee adjourns at 8:48 p.m.
Thank you very much. And so now we are going to go back into the regular council meeting. So just give me 2 minutes. We'll take a quick 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere. Just going to set everything up here, and then we will call the council meeting back. All right, is the council ready?
Ready to go, Mr. President.
All right. Just want to make sure we got everybody back here. Councilman Foley with a thumbs up. There's Councilman Ricks, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman McElroy, Councilwoman Travis. There, all right. Okay, so we're going to restart the committee, the regular council meeting. So for those of you that are just tuning in, we just completed the committees. So now we are back into the regular council meeting. We have already done the roll call. We've already done the salute to the flag. We've done executive communications, and we've done general communications. So now on the agenda, we are at acceptance of the minutes from the council meeting held on. There are none. So first off is an announcement of appointments. The tree warden, it's going to be committee report appointments. And I believe this was one that was just an announcement. This was not in committee, but if you could move that, make that announcement, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. So Mayor Picozzi wishes to appoint to the post of tree warden Carlos Pinero of 31 Buena Vista Avenue, Warwick, for a term to expire January 1st, 2022.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Next up on the agenda is appointments requiring confirmation. The first is for the Board of Assessment Review. This is committee report appointments.
The committee wishes favorable action on Mr. Soro.
Okay, so I'll take that as a favorable action. For action, Councilwoman Travis.
I move favorable action on Mr. Soro for the Board of Assessment Review.
That's favorable action. I see a second from Councilman Lattiser. Anyone else? Councilman Foley, Councilman Gephardt. Okay, Councilman McElroy. Any questions on this? Again, we finished through committees. Mr. Soro joined us. We asked him questions. A very qualified individual. Any additional questions from members of the council? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes on the appointment for Mr. Soro.
Thank you. It passes. Next up is an appointment for city solicitor. This is committee report appointments.
Committee recommends favorable action.
Favorable action. Can you move this favorable action, Chairman Gephardt?
Move favorable action for Michael Ursillo for the position of city solicitor.
Okay, it's moved favorable, seconded by Councilman Ricks, Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Foley, Councilman McElroy. Any questions? Again, this was brought up in committee. Hearing no additional questions, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action. The city solicitor, Michael Ursillo.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes on the appointment of Attorney Ursillo.
Thank you. The motion passes. Next up is number 3 is the consent calendar. This is PCR 17-21, a resolution relative to bids, committee report, finance.
Move favorable action.
Committee report is a favorable action. For action, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 1,
If you
2020.
could just move it first and we'll get a second.
I apologize. Move favorable action.
Okay, it's moved favorable, second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Gephardt. Okay, Councilman Howe.
Thank you. Bid 2020-229 ammunition, favorable action. Bid 2021-003 spring repairs and related work, favorable action. Bid 2021-095 security system monitoring and maintenance, favorable action. Bid 2021-204 data backup software equipment and services, favorable action. Bid 2021-229 ammunition, favorable action. 2021-234 purchase of APX 4000 portable two-way radios, favorable action. 2021-235 lead inspection services, favorable action. 2021-236 emergency equipment repair for police vehicles, favorable action. 2021-238 frames, grates, and covers, favorable action. 2021-247 SMN magnet Axiom license renewal, favorable action. 2021-244 Adobe software license renewal, favorable action. 2021-249 Sophos software services renewal, favorable action. And 2021-252 repairs to filtration system McDermott Pool, favorable action.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are from the bid package. I know we pulled out a couple of these which we will discuss separately. Are there any questions right now on the bid package? Okay, now we're going to move to PCR 18-21, a resolution relative to abatements. Again, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
Okay, would you move that favorable?
Second, favorable action.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Foley. Okay, Councilman Howe.
I have it in a pile of. Do you have the amount there, Mr. President?
I do. I do. The total amount will be $4,474.12. That was baited. It was discussed. Yes. Any questions on that amount? Okay, hearing none, we're going to move on to the third part of the consent calendar, which is PCR 19-21, a resolution relative to claims, committee report, public safety.
Favorable action.
Okay, can you move that favorable, Councilman Foley?
Move, I'm sorry, PCR 19-21 for favorable.
He moved that favorable. Do we have a second?
Second.
I heard someone second. That's second by Councilman Gephardt. Okay, Councilman Foley, can you please continue with the claims? And you're on mute, sir.
Thank you. We have a PCR 2121 being held. PCR 2221 being held. There's one more. And then there was, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So, Mr. Chairman, right now we're looking at relative to the claims. So I believe the first one is for Vincent. Yes. In the amount of $300?
Correct.
Correct. And then the next one is?
Robert DiBenedetto in the amount of $101.84. The
And the
third
next
one is Jinky Lee in the amount of $300. Jeffrey Bean in the amount of $219.83. And Andrea McCalliger in the amount of $234.37.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So those are the ones that we're considering right now under claims. So do we have any questions on this part of relative to the claims for those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 claims? Okay, hearing no questions, we're going to take a vote on the entire consent calendar right now, not the ones that we've pulled out, but the ones that are going to stay on the consent calendar. This is going to be, the consent calendar again is the resolution relative to bids, resolution relative to abatements, and the resolution relative to claims. So if we have no additional questions on that, The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley, Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes on the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. The consent calendar passes. So now we're going to take up the items that were removed from the consent calendar. I believe the first one is bid number 2021-304 has now become PCR 20-21.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I believe it's 2021-034.
034, yes.
Thank you.
So I'm going to call on the finance chair to walk us through this.
Thank you. And I will probably be looking towards the solicitor in a little bit. This was made to PCR 2021. The request by the department, Mr. President, was to add 20,000 to line item not line item, to budget number code 66340, and then add 60,000 to budget code 66369. The purpose of that was to go ahead and get the immediate repairs to the McDermott pool so that it'll be the citizen to be able to use it correctly. Before I make any type of motion, I'd like to double check with the solicitor to make sure that I read the amendments correctly.
You did.
Thank you so much. Move favorable action, Mr. President.
Okay, so the chairman is recommending favorable action on this amendment, which is now PCR 20-21. Do we have any questions on the amendment? Do we have a second for favorable action? I'm sorry, on the amendment. Second by Councilman Foley. Now, do we have any question on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
Thank you. So that's favorable action to amend. Now, do we have a motion as amended?
Move favorable action as amended.
Councilman Howe moves favorable as amended. Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Gephardt. Any questions on the amendment, on this resolution as a total? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes as amended.
Thank you. The motion passes. The second item that was taken off the consent calendar is a claim. Councilman Foley. Believe it's going to be PCR 21-21 now. The recommendation was to hold to February 22nd.
Correct.
Okay, motion to hold to February 22nd. Do we don't have to take a vote on that, right? It's just an announcement.
No vote.
Okay, thank you. The third that was pulled off, the claim of Andrew Karp, is now PCR 22-21.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
22-21. Committee report
Recommend hold.
to February 22nd.
Yes.
Okay, hold to February 22nd. Fourth is a claim, it's now PCR 23-21, recommendation committee report.
Recommend hold till 22.
Motion to hold to the February 22nd meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your assistance.
Okay, so that finishes the consent calendar. So now we are moving back to unfinished business. So first off is PCO 7-19 sub A pension board. This is for first passage as amended, committee report, finance.
Per request of the sponsor, hold until March 8th.
Hold to March 8th. Next up is PCO 9-20, an ordinance in regards to amending Chapter 40-30, PCO 8-18, smoking prohibited in public schools and on school grounds. This is for first passage. It's not drafted. Committee report ordinance.
That's held till March 22nd at the request of the sponsor.
Okay, held to March 22nd. Number 3 is PCO 24-20 sub A, ordinance in regards to modernization of public safety equipment. This is for first passage as amended, committee report, finance.
Hold till February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. Next up is PCR 196-19, a resolution to the General Assembly for additional funding for Warwick Public Schools. This is not drafted. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Move that to the pending file, please.
Okay, just a quick question to the solicitor. Can we just move it to the pending file, or do we have to do unfavorable?
Mr. President, the practice of the committee was to vote the item to go to the pending file, not take any other motion, and they'll get sent.
Sounds good to me. Thank you very much. PCR 196-19 will be moved to the pending file.
And Mr. President, I appreciate the assist from Mr. Welch. My button wouldn't unmute. I don't know why.
I saw you trying to speak.
I kept trying to. Sorry.
No problem. Number 5 on the agenda this evening is PCR 21-20, a resolution relative to claims. Mary McCann, committee report, public safety.
Recommend favorable action.
Recommend favorable action. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Councilman Gephardt, Councilwoman Travis. So this is for a claim in the amount of $284.27. Was taken up in the public safety. Do we have any questions from members of the council? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes.
Motion passes. Number 6 is a resolution in regards to a change to the Warwick City Council rules, Rule 30, docketing to allow that docketed business be heard at either the regular business or public hearing meeting of the city council. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. Number 7 on the item tonight is PCR 79-20, resolution for engineering to create Buckeye Brooks project. Committee report, intergovernmental.
Hold to February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. Number 8 is PCR 119-20, a resolution relative to claims for Jeff Sweet. Committee report, public safety.
Recommend denial.
So that's unfavorable action. Will you move that as unfavorable action? Councilman Foley moves as unfavorable action. Do we have a second?
Seconded.
Second, Councilman Howe, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Lattiser. Any questions for unfavorable action on this claim for Mr. Sweet? Again, this was discussed in committee and Mr. Sweet was able to participate as well. Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for unfavorable action.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Ms. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, unfavorable action. The claim
Thank
from
you.
Mr. Sweet.
Thank you very much. Number 9 on the agenda tonight is PCR 120-20, a resolution relative to claims. Michael Ashworth, committee report, public safety.
Recommend favorable action in the amount of $298.70.
I'll take that as an action for favorable. Do we have a second? Second, Councilman McElroy and Councilman Howe. Any questions on this motion for favorable action for the amount of $298.70? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I am not going to be able to support this motion. I spoke about it in committee. I'll just reiterate it again. This individual had the opportunity to go wherever he chose to get estimates to repair the tire on his car. He chose 3 different places. One of them happened to be the lowest of all. Another one happened to be the highest. The argument here is that the vehicle is a Mercedes and it requires more expertise to mount the tire, balance the tire, install the tire. My position is this person could have gone to Inskip, who was a Mercedes dealer. He could have gone to a foreign car specialist over there on Post Road and to the on-ramp for Route 37. He chose to go to 3 of his own places of business to get this tire. I think it's setting, or potentially could be setting, a precedence here for awarding more monies for the same tire or the same whatever the item is, because it happens to be a Mercedes versus a Ford Taurus. And in spite of the fact that the individual chose which dealers to go to get those tires fixed. So now I come full circle and I say, so next time someone comes in with the same tire or brand of tire that happens to be on a Mercedes but is driving a Taurus, do we give that person the same value for the tire as the tire that was on a Mercedes? Or do we give them less because it was on a Taurus? That individual made the choice of what dealers to go to get prices of his own free will. And he got 3 prices. And I see no reason at all to award any additional monies beyond what the low price is, which has always been the protocol on these particular cases. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I would also just add that I can appreciate that the claimant has a relationship with Broadway Tire and that he was able to get some other work done there. That's all well and good. At the same time, that's not something that this city council can actually or should be considering in terms of an award of taxpayer dollars. It could be a circumstance where it makes sense, and it's the judgment of the person to go to that place where they do have the relationship and pay an extra $50. But from where I'm sitting, that's not something that we should be handing out the taxpayer dollars to cover the difference on. I will say that I don't think that the $298.70 is necessarily unreasonable, because it does include the installation and the alignment, whereas the quotes from Walmart.com and TiresDirect.com do not expressly include the installation and alignment, although I see enough evidence on the documents from Walmart.com to add $15 to the $224.58 to come up with the number of $239.58 as the amount that I would be comfortable recommending approval upon. And unfortunately, that does not include the cost of an alignment. So in theory, it could be a reasonable amount once that alignment is factored in. However, it's the burden of the resident to provide those estimates. And we have provided additional time and notice to the claimant so that he could come forward with those numbers. He didn't come forward with those additional numbers. So therefore, I would only be comfortable approving in the amount of $239.58. And that would be my reason for voting no on the motion for the higher amount.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. Any other questions or comments on this motion? Okay, hearing none, the clerk is going to call a roll for favorable action on this this claim in the amount of $298.70.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
No.
Mr. Howe,
No.
Mr. Lattiser,
No.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
No.
Mr. Sinapi,
No.
Ms. Travis.
No.
3 yes, 6 no.
Motion fails.
Motion fails.
Move favorable action in the amount of $239.58.
Second.
There's been a motion. We have a second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis. Any questions on the new motion? What was the amount again, Councilman Ricks?
$239.58.
$239.58. Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes 239.58.
Thank you very much.
Correct, okay, thank you.
Motion passes. Next up is number 10, PCR 126-20, a resolution for the school bond referendum. This is not drafted. Committee report finance.
Move to pending file.
Move to the pending file. Number 11 this evening is PCR 127-20, a resolution to discuss recommendations of Chapter 4 Commission, PCR 36-19, relative to Chapter 4 of the Warwick Code of Ordinance. This is committee report intergovernmental.
Hold to February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. Number 12 is PCR 11-21, 20-21-186A, original equipment manufacturing parts for various vehicles, committee report finance.
Favorable action.
Do we have a second for favorable action on this PCR? Second, Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser. Any questions? Again, this was discussed during the Finance Committee earlier this evening. Here, seeing no questions, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on PCR 11-21.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next up is PCR 12-21, which is 2021-187, various replacements for auto parts. Committee report finance.
Favorable action.
The chairman moves favorable action. We have a second by Councilman Lattiser. Anyone else? Councilman Lattiser moved to second. Okay, any questions on this? Again, it was discussed during committee earlier this evening. Seeing no questions, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on PCR 12-21.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes.
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number 14 this evening is PCR 13-21, which is 2021 186B, original equipment manufacturing parts for various vehicles. Committee report finance.
Favorable action.
Move favorable action, second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Gephardt, and Councilman Foley. Any questions on this? Again, it was discussed earlier this evening in committee. Seeing no questions, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you very much. PCR 13-21 passes. Now we're moving on to new business. First up on the agenda is PCR 14-21. Resolution requesting the state DOT to perform a traffic study at the intersection of Greenwich and Naples Ave. Committee report, public safety.
I recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Sinapi.
I move favorable action.
Favorable action. Do we have a second? A second by Councilman Foley. Any questions regarding this? Again, it was discussed during public safety and there is a police report to back it up, correct?
Correct.
Thank
Oh,
you.
wait, this is a request for a traffic study at the state level, so no.
Okay, all right. Thank you for clarification. Any other questions? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on PCR 14-21 for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you very much. PCR 14-21 passes. Next up on the agenda this evening is PCR 15-21, resolution to the Rhode Island State Governor's Office in regards to March 2020 CARES Act funding for the city of Warwick. This is not drafted. Committee report intergovernmental.
hold to February 22nd.
Hold to February 22nd. One second. Next up on the agenda is PCR 16-21, resolution in regards to the lease of the city-owned property at 3259 Post Road to the Warwick Museum of Arts. Committee report, public properties.
Favorable with an amendment.
We move favorable with amendment. I'll take that as a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Gephardt, and Councilwoman Travis, Councilman McElroy. Okay, Councilman Ricks, can you lead us in the amendment, please?
Thank you. On line 17, after the phrase Warwick Museum of Art, insert the phrase and doing business as Warwick Center for, insert the phrase and doing business as the Warwick Center for the Arts.
Okay, that is the amendment that is being made. Do we have any questions on the amendment? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
Yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes,
9 yes to amend.
Thank you. So that's favorable action as amended. Now, Councilman Ricks, will you move this favorable, or what's your pleasure?
Move favorable action as amended.
Favorable action as amendment, seconded by Councilman Howe, Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Sinapi. Any questions on this as amended? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister,
Yes.
Mr. Foley,
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt,
Yes.
Mr. Howe,
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser,
Yes.
Mr. McElroy,
yes,
Mr. Ricks,
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi,
Yes.
Ms. Travis.
yes.
9 yes, favorable as amended, motion passes.
Thank you very much. Motion passes. We are going to move on to unanimous consent. Anything for unanimous consent from Ward 1?
No.
Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
pass,
Ward 5?
Pass.
Ward 6?
Pass,
Ward 7, I have one, an ordinance amending the Warwick Municipal Comprehensive Plan, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance of the city of Warwick, Great Point Group LLC. That's going to be an announcement for, there'll be a meeting, a public meeting on this. Ward 8, anything for unanimous consent?
Pass.
Ward 9.
Pass.
Councilwoman Travis.
If there be no further business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
Any objections to moving to the docket section? Hearing none, we will move the city council to the docket session. Ward 1, do you have anything to docket?
Oh.
Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Yes, Mr. President, leases of city-owned properties.
I believe public properties would be a good one for that. Anything else, Councilman Lattiser?
No, thanks.
Okay, Ward 6.
I have one resolution to the governor and the Rhode Island General Assembly to allocate $8 million of the new stimulus money to after-school and summer programs.
Thank you very much. And do you have any co-sponsors on that?
That's right, I do. President McAllister.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to
Councilwoman, with
join
your
us on that?
permission? Councilwoman,
Yes.
with your permission, I'd like to be a co-sponsor.
Yes, okay,
As would I, Councilwoman.
all right.
I also, Councilman Foley.
If I
Looks
may,
like we
add-
have everyone's hands up here.
Okay,
Councilwoman
I'll put the
Travis.
whole council.
As
Thank
long as
you.
she says it's okay, it's okay.
It's okay.
All right, she gave the thumbs up. Ward 7, I pass. Ward 8.
I have two. One, ordinance in regards to ensuring shopping carts remain on their originating property.
We'll put that into the ordinance committee.
And the other one is resolution calling for governor and general assembly to seek continuation of RIGL 16-7-40 C and D, state housing aid reimbursement incentives for the construction and renovation of schools.
Okay, let's put that in health, education, and welfare. Anything else, Councilman Sinapi?
That's it for me.
Okay, and Ward 9, anything to docket?
Pass.
Okay,
I just
hearing
have a
none.
quick
if there's-
question, sorry.
Yes.
I missed the committee for the resolution to the governor.
That's going to be in health, education, and welfare, HEW.
Sorry, wrong one, to allocate the 8 million to the new stimulus money, the one that
Fine.
Donna, Councilwoman Travis and yourself started.
Intergovernmental.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you.
No, I think I skipped it. Thank you. If there's no more business before the council, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Travis, second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Everybody be safe, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President. Thank you, everyone.
Good night,
Have a good
everyone.
one.
Good night.